We have discussed the future of work, the impact of AI on African jobs, and the urgent need to redesign our educational systems to match the demands of an evolving digital world. We heard from regulators, investors, ecosystem builders, who all agree that innovation must be supported by the right policies, the right funding structures, and collaborative frameworks. Most critically, we came together as a community, the public and the private sector, academia and civil society, to confront our challenges honestly and offer bold Africa-led solutions. One of the most important messages from our discussions is that policy must lead innovation and not trail behind it. We need proactive, tech-friendly regulations that encourage experimentation, protect users, and promote inclusive digital economies at all levels, from the village to the community, to the local government, to the state government, and to the federal government. Our conversations with policymakers, a lot of whom were here yesterday, and legal experts today clarify that this is a race against irrelevance, and our laws must run faster. Equally important is the recognition that talent is our most incredible natural resource. A lot of countries in the world envy not just the population of 200 million, but the brain power in that 200 million. And when we receive investors in LCCI and they say, oh, Nigeria, 200 million, how are you going to feed them? And say, well, you know what, we have 200 million brains. And those 200 million brains, we only need maybe 10 million of them to feed 2 billion people, if we even add up to 2 billion people. So that is the perspective that a lot of countries really hope and pray and wish that they have what we have. So we want to build on it. We must invest in STEM education. We need to reskill the current workforce and empower young Africans, starting with young Nigerians, to use digital tools and invent them. Several panels spotlighted yesterday, and we are going to have more of that today. Remarkable youth-led startups, reminding us that the future is already here, and we need to nurture it. And there are some people in this room, at least 1 or 2 people in this room, who know that Flutterwave was a youth-led business about 11, 12, 13 years ago, and started one of their first presentations at the Catholic Mission, the City Hall in Catholic Mission, where he was telling the audience, and some of us were there, about this new idea of how you can transfer money very quickly. And a lot of people were trying to make sense of what the young man was saying. But the business is now $5 billion and counting. So youth-led business, as we said yesterday, are not leaders of tomorrow. Youth-led business are leaders of today in your face. Money Point was the oldest person in Money Point. Some of you know is probably not up to 40. And that goes for most of these other companies. So we are no more looking at youth-led business for tomorrow. Some of the stands there are actually youth-led businesses. You'd be surprised if you find the age of some of the owners of those businesses. So recurring and urgent theme is this importance of digital inclusion. If women, rural communities, and people with disabilities are not part of our digital transformation, then we have failed. Digital equity must be our compass, because technology should bridge divides, not widen them. Today, we also saw that yesterday we saw clearly that collaboration is no longer an option. We must move beyond silos. Ministries must work with startups, universities, and must partner with businesses. And nations must harmonize regional strategies. So yesterday we had Galaxy Backbone, that was government, talking to a lot of big players in the data center state business as to how government and the private sector can bring their energies together. Today, B2B and B2G, that business to business and business to government dialogues continue to drive the next agenda, which is essentially built on progress that requires partnership that is sustainable. As we close this transformative agenda of the Ictel Expo later today, let this not be the end of the conversations, but the beginning of implementation, particularly in the tech industry. The owners of this industry, we can't say enough at LCCI that we are only providing a platform. We have, like, if you like, just by the fact of our old age, the capacity to bring everybody in an industry like the tech space together and say, come, let us discuss our problems. That's all we have. We don't have the tech skills. We don't have the big issues. We don't know all of them, but we provide this space. And we hope that this is the beginning of another round of conversations between now and the next year's ICTL Expo, as what are the good specific things that we should be doing to grow the industry. Let us return to our offices, our labs. That's the most important of all the items we are returning to. Our labs, our classrooms, and boardrooms. So the lab and the boardrooms with renewed urgency and clarity. The Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry remains committed to implementing those ideas at the level of policy advocacy and promotion of business. In the months ahead, we will seek meaningful partnerships to explore tech opportunities through the LCCI BOI Innovation Hub to support more tech startups. Yesterday, we announced to the audience, for those who have not known, that the LCCI BOI Innovation Hub was commissioned on the 30th of June. Now, that hub is a case of LCCI putting their money where their mouth is, of not just talking about how we will grow the next generation of flutterwaves, but investing. So far, 200 million naira has gone into that project, and a lot more investment is going in there. And for any one of us who has not visited the hub in Ikeja, our property in Ikeja, we will invite you to see our modest investment in growing the seeds of the next unicorns. One of our aspirations is that that hub we produce a unicorn in the near future. That's one of our dreams. But it's up to the tech space, you, the operators in the tech space, to see what we have put down there and tell us how we can and grow. We said at the commissioning that it is not a physical structure as far as LCCI is concerned. It is an ecosystem that we are seeking to grow from there, where all players in the industry can come freely, competitors and non-competitors, and have conversations around where are the next unicorns coming from? How are we going to wire the whole of Lagos with optic fiber? How are we going to build more data centers? All those things that will make it so easy for unicorns to start to grow, like if you like vegetables in Lagos. So that's what the hub is about. And I want to encourage those of us who have not been there to just see the physical structure and then move beyond the physical structure to all the things, ideation and agenda setting that we really want to use the hub for. We urge innovators, investors, regulators, and educators to join us in this ongoing journey, because Nigeria's digital destiny will not be handed to us. We must build it together. To our sponsors, partners, speakers, volunteers, and delegates who has made this event possible and a success, particularly our sponsors. That's one of them. A lot of our eminent sponsors, IHS, MTN, Galaxy Backbone. We are indebted to them for the kind of support we have got. We thank them. Your presence, your insights, and your vision are the fuel for tomorrow's transformation. Let us leave here not only informed, but mobilized. Let us dare to build the Africa we want, where technology empowers every citizen, community, and country. Africa's moment is now. Let us rise and lead boldly. Thank you for listening.
Another rich round of applause for the president. I believe you'll agree with me, but I must say candidly, I found that to be a very engaging discussion and not just a speech. I noticed the president spoke extemporaneously, so he was actually speaking from the heart, things that really concerned him. And I believe that the different other activities scheduled for today's program will actually reinforce the sentiments that he has expressed. And so we thank all who are present and the other dignitaries, those present and those who are on their way. We're happy to have you all. And the sacrifices of all those that have been mentioned by the president are greatly appreciated. I'd like to recognize the presence of Dr. Charles Oyeku, the Deputy President, Nigeria Computer Society. I believe you are present here. Thank you very much. You're welcome, sir. Also, Mr. Segun Adekunle, Executive Secretary, Nigeria Computer Society. You're welcome. Thank you very much. Before the next part that we'll be going into very briefly, I just want to mention a few house cleaning rules. We have the pitch theater and the exhibition booths available for any to stroll down to. We gave quite some decent attention to them yesterday. We'll still be giving some attention to the products today also. The QR code for accessing the program, so if you don't have a hard copy, you easily could get that by just scanning the code pasted on different panels around the venue. Kindly keep a keen eye on your personal belongings. Reason is simple. Well-organized, decent, large events like this also attract unscrupulous individuals. Thank you as you do that. Also to inform you, the fire escape is a labeled door to my right, which is to your left as you face the audience. Also, the restrooms for gentlemen and ladies is also to that side. There's another set of restrooms just behind the stage. In another hour or two thereabouts, we'll be having a coffee break. We'll announce that when the time is due, and we'll indicate the points where we can easily get up and access that. We'll now be going on to listen to one of our major sponsors, IHS, and at this point, I'll be calling on Mrs. Temitope Rashidat Yusuf, the Director, Internal Audit and Risk Management, and she's here representing Mr. Mohammed Darwish, the CEO of IHS. Please give her a round of applause as she comes to the stage.
Independently owned portfolio of 1,000 hours across multiple parts. We are
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, distinguished guests, speakers, partners, ladies and gentlemen. I stand on all existing protocol. It is an honor to address you today at this 11th edition of the Ictel Expo. I bring you warmest greetings and best wishes from my CEO, Mr. Mohamed Darwish, who is unable to join us today due to an earlier scheduled engagement. My name is Temitope Yusuf. IHS Nigeria, the company I represent, is part of the IHS Towers Group, one of the largest independent owners, operators, and developers of shared communication infrastructure in the world by tower count. In Nigeria, we are the largest communications infrastructure services provider, owning and operating over 16,000 towers and over 15,000 kilometers of fiber optic cables across the country. As a company, we believe that technology brought alive through connectivity is a key enabler of economic growth and societal progress, just very similar to what the president had said earlier. Our telecommunications infrastructure provides the connectivity that enables the technology and innovation that powers this growth. And that is why we proudly consider ourselves Nigeria's backbone of digital possibilities. We thus feel a special connection to the theme of this event, leveraging technology for innovation and development in Africa. And this informs the topic of my brief address to you, which is around the various game-changing innovations changing the telecoms industry in Nigeria. Since the liberalization of the sector, telecoms has become a cornerstone of Nigeria's economic growth. Over the past 2 decades, it has connected millions, bridged urban-rural divides, enabled financial inclusion, and powered sectors from education to healthcare. Today, with over 220 million mobile subscriptions, the industry contributes over 13% of the nation's GDP and is a key driver of youth employment and entrepreneurship. There is a wave of recent innovations that truly signal a new era for the industry. Chief among this is the rapid rollout of 5G networks. With ultra-fast speeds and low latency, 5G promises to unlock new possibilities in telemedicine, Internet of Things, and smart cities, enhancing both user experience and enterprise capabilities. Equally, cloud infrastructure and data center development is gaining momentum. With investments from global tech firms and local players alike, Nigeria is fast becoming a data hub for West Africa, opening up opportunities for AI, big data, and localized content delivery. Speaking of AI, which is perhaps the biggest buzzword of the day, this technology is driving smarter network management through predictive maintenance, self-healing networks, and real-time optimization. At IHS, we're already leveraging AI to anticipate demand patterns, improve service delivery, and reduce network downtime. Chatbots and intelligent customer service tools are improving customer experience, predicting customer behavior, and ensuring smarter product development for telecoms companies. Closely related to this is remote monitoring systems and automation. RMS, which is remote monitoring systems, have revolutionized tower operations, allowing for real-time monitoring of site performance, security, energy use, and asset health. These systems provide operational efficiency, reduce physical site visits, and enhance uptime. Our state-of-the-art network operating centers in Lagos and Abuja allow us to remotely monitor our sites around the clock, ensuring uptime, power usage, access, and security, and this is powered by RMS. Furthermore, we are seeing a lot of convergence of services and network virtualization. Telecommunications is no longer just voice and SMS. There's now a blending of telecoms, media, and digital services. Fintech and mobile money integration within telecom platforms have redefined how Nigerians save, borrow, and transact. Telcos are becoming financial service hubs, enabling more inclusive economic participation. Voice over IP and content streaming is also redefining entertainment and enabling a new industry of its own. The telecommunications industry is also actively pursuing energy efficiency and green innovations to reduce its environmental impacts and improve operational efficiency. This includes transitioning to renewable energy sources, adopting energy efficient technologies, and leveraging AI for smart energy management. These efforts align with global trends and address the sector's historical perception as a significant energy consumer and contributor to greenhouse gas emissions. As a group, IHS Towers' target is to reduce its kilowatt-hour emissions intensity by approximately 50% by 2030 through its comprehensive carbon reduction roadmap. Under Project Green, which we call it, its current phase, we committed $214 million of capital expenditure between 2022 and 2024, with the goals to reduce reliance on diesel consumption by installing lithium-ion batteries on sites, connecting more sites to the national grid, and deploying solar panel solutions. Almost 10,000 sites have been upgraded with a $207 million investment in the project as of December 2023. By the end of 2025, on completion of Project Green, IHS expects just 9% of its sites in Africa to rely solely on generators, while the remaining 91% will run on a combination of other power sources, including grid, hybrid, and other solar solutions. Let me also note that the rise of fiber optic expansion and rural connectivity initiatives is bringing broadband access to previously underserved areas. The National Broadband Plan and the recent effort of the federal government to attain 90,000 kilometers of fiber in Nigeria is a huge step in demonstrating access, in democratizing access, ensuring every Nigerian has a chance to participate in the digital economy. At IHS Nigeria, we are proud to have deployed over 15,000 kilometers of fiber in the country, making us the largest independent fiber infrastructure company in Nigeria outside of the mobile network operators. We have also established more than 580 rural telephony sites, directly supporting Nigeria's digital inclusion agenda and helping to bridge the digital divide. These innovations not only enhance service delivery, but create a fertile ground for partnerships, new business models, and value-added services. For industry players, the prospects are promising. Those who embrace agility, invest in digital infrastructure, and collaborate across ecosystems will lead in this new era. However, this requires continued investment in talent, regulatory alignments, and a commitment to digital inclusion. I guess I'm just buttressing what the president had said earlier. In conclusion, telecommunications is no longer just about connectivity. It's about empowerment, innovation, and transformation. And with the right vision and execution, Nigeria is well on its way to becoming Africa's digital powerhouse. IHS Nigeria, as always, will be at the center of it all, enabling the change. Thank you for listening, and God bless. Thank you. Oops.
A round of applause again, please.
We are one of the world's largest here.
There we go. And just to note, when you pronounce the acronym IHS, you add Towers of Strength. You notice is a standard branding in all their communication. IHS Towers of Strength. Thank you very much for supporting us. And thank you very much also for the work done thus far. I'm advised to encourage those at the rear rows to kindly find their place earlier in the seating area. So using the words of my senior colleague, Mr. Sunday, he said we should move forward. And that's important because the camera crew is indicating a desire to be able to span and cover us well. So please, if you can find more space towards the front, that would be nice. As you get that done, we'll now be moving on to a part of the program that is a C-suite roundtable. It comes with the theme, The Entrepreneurial Leader, Driving Business Growth Through AI-Led Digital Transformation. You might recall the word AI came out in yesterday's conversation with the Honorable Commissioner. That approach is different from how this will go. I would rather you pay good attention to how the theme is developed by the speakers, and it will be moderated by an astute professional. At this point, I'll be calling on the, sorry, 1 minute.
Thank you so much, my friend, Simon. I know you did not forget this, but it escaped your mind. We like to give this to the IHS team. I'm told Towers of Height, or Height of Tower, what do you call it? Towers of Strength, yes. I should have enough strength to pronounce your name. Please join your hands together as we welcome our sister to get this. Why the president of the chamber will do us the honor of making this presentation. Mr. President, sir. Please clear the aisle for our beautiful lady, please. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Well, before I present this, let me once again put on record the magnitude of support we have got from IHS. In the course of my earlier speech, we talk about the LCCI BOI Innovation Hub. That investment of 200 million that has gone in there a good part of it came from IHS. And we are extremely grateful IHS for making that possible. I think it was very important to put that on record.
Yes. Thank you very much, President. And we'll go on to this next part, the C-suite roundtable. And I'll be calling on the panelists, and I'll finally, the last person I'll call will be the moderator. Mr. Femi Aderibigbe, Executive Consultant, Creditville Group. You might want to give a round of applause as each of these approach the stage. Mr. Femi Aderibigbe, I believe you're present in the audience. Fantastic. Good, good, good. I'll be calling on Mr. Godson. Chinekeme, I hope I got that name. Did I pronounce that well? I did, Wana. Nice. Thank you. Thank you. He is the CEO, Excite Panacea Limited. I'll also be calling on Ms. Rachel Adeshino, the CIO of First Bank Nigeria. A round of applause. I need to confirm that Mr. Adeshegun Rafidia is present. Is he? Ah, great. Mr. Rafidia is the CIO of BAT. You're welcome to the program. I'll be calling on Mr. Austin Ume, Digital and IT Transformation Head Africa of PZ Cousins. You're welcome. And then Mr. Folorunsho Aliu, Group Chief Information Officer of Dangote Group. You're welcome. And who else to moderate this powerful session than Ms. Terry Onyeje, the Managing Partner of Cravex. Please welcome her to the platform, and let's pay good attention as this powerful discussion rides on. Ms. Onyeje.
Thank you. Good morning. Morning. Delighted to meet you, ma. Do we have enough money? Good morning, distinguished guests, panelists, everyone joining us here, I think online as well. I believe we're live. Today's conversation, the entrepreneurial leader driving business growth through AI-led digital transformation could not be more timely. Across industries, from banking to FMCG to large-scale industry operations, AI is rapidly shaping not only how businesses compete, but how leaders inspire their people to innovate from within. Our panelists today are some of the most accomplished technology leaders in Nigeria, each at the forefront of AI, at the forefront of translating AI potential into measurable business outcomes. And together, we'll explore not just the big ideas behind digital transformation, but also the practical lessons, the successes, and setbacks that come with driving change in complex organizations. I encourage one to engage freely, ask questions, share your perspectives, and help us build a richer understanding of what it means to be an entrepreneurial leader in the age of AI. When I heard the word entrepreneurial, it took me a while to work my head around it. So I'm going to start by asking my panelists to kick things off. Could you each briefly explain what entrepreneurial leadership means to you? and how it's evolving in your organizations.
Excellent.
Okay, permit me to kick off. All right, okay, thank you everyone. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And I see entrepreneurship, in a slightly different way from what other people, would see it. Immediately for me, that sharp mind, that bright, young guy or young lady walks into that entity, that company where you work for. You quickly identify those potentials in them. And one thing you must do upfront is that you must shield them because they're coming with a lot of fresh things. When you work in certain establishments, depending on the kind of companies you work for, some are very structured. They have policies, they have rules and regulations that will prevent these young people, from bringing out that innovation, that new creativity. So you as the leader, you as the CIO, you as the CTO, or as the MDCO, you need to identify them upfront and you tell them, look, young man, young woman, I will shield you. Come up with those bright things, come up with those innovation, all right? Run with them. One, you must be ready, all right, to take risk. I will protect you, I will defend you, I will shield you. You come up with those bright things, then I will defend you when those things fail. You must be able to communicate that, with those young people. You must tell them to stretch their minds, and also be able to defend themselves, be able to defend anything that they are presenting to you. And at the end of the day, once you give them, that space, for them, they become very creative, they become very innovative, and you would, enjoy them. I think I would, yield the floor to others.
Thank you very much, Femi.
Yeah, I think if I take it from there, having an entrepreneurial mindset, right? I think it's about driving that growth mindset across the organization. Yeah. And as leaders, I think we have a key role to play, in that perspective. How do you show up, on a daily basis? How are you fostering psychological safety, amongst your team? How are you helping your team to become more agile and drive innovation, right? I think those are the factors, that come to play. And you would agree that most times what you find is people are lost in their daily activities, right? And an organization that would be innovative would have to find out that time for people to come together, to collaborate and bring out the best ideas, right? They bring out an initial idea. You have to acknowledge that ideas most times don't come out in the best form, but through iterative collaboration, continuously, you can deliver incrementally. And by that, you are bringing value to the market and bringing value back to the business at the same time. So it's about that growth mindset. It's about how we drive collaboration, and it's about how we empower our teams to be innovative, if I may leave it at that.
Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone, and thanks for having us here. All right, so I have a friend that left 9 to 5 some years back, and he left right after he collected his salary on the 25th. He started his own company. He said the following Monday, it was raining, and it was the kind of day you called in sick, but he's not going to call in everywhere. He said he got out of bed because he knew that if he didn't get up and go chase value, chase business, he's not going to get salary on the 25th. Nobody is going to pay it into his salary, into his account. So entrepreneurship within the organization is about value creation. It's just for an entrepreneur, all right? The success of your business venture is predicated on your ability to constantly churn out value. The day you lose that ability to create value, that day your business dies. And so within the organization, it is fostering that kind of culture that, push people out there to say, look, every desk you man, you must seek for value. You must see how you constantly reinvent yourself to ensure you are relevant and that desk, is being valuable to the organization. Because the day you stop adding value, the day you become irrelevant, and the day it becomes so easy for your role to be rationalized away. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. There are two parts to that question, the entrepreneur and then the leader. So for me, entrepreneurship is being the CEO of me, where you know that everywhere you are, you give value, and in turn, you get compensated for the value you've created. The more you get, the more value you're expected to give. Now, if you are a leader of entrepreneurs, it means that you are creating experiences, you are creating the right exposure, you are creating the right sets of education, and then you are creating the right sets of environment for those entrepreneurs within your environment to become CEOs every single day. They come within your space. So in my organization, everyone who works with me is a CEO of me. You come into the office, you man your space, you create value. And in turn, you know that the value you get out of it is commensurate with what you've created. So if you want to be the best ever, we create the environment for you. We'll give you the right exposure. More importantly, we educate you appropriately to ensure that wherever you go to, you stand out, you shine, and you appropriate value in the process as well. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Folorunsho.
Good morning, everyone. It's been good listening to my fellow panelists. For me, there are three roles. One is that of a leader, and the other is that of the entrepreneur. And then, of course, there's a role for the team. These roles are very important, and they have their responsibility in shoehorning the entrepreneur. I always say the entrepreneur is either an entrepreneur in the making or one in remission. Now, why do I say that? You find people who have had a shot at entrepreneurship and failed, then come back to employment. Those are the ones we call in remission. He's not giving up. He's coming back to re-strategize and go again, right? The one in the making is the one who's still finding conviction that I would someday be an entrepreneur. So what's important is that entrepreneurship, the goal of entrepreneurship is to create something new. You must create something new. So in business, we have the yin-yang situation where you focus on what's working, and that's where the leader sits. But what's going to work tomorrow? What's going to work the day after? That's where you enable the entrepreneur to drive. So as a leader, you have to create the enabling environment first for yourself, not seeing the entrepreneur as a challenge or as a threat to your role, and also condition the team that works with the entrepreneur to understand that he or she is not a challenge, but he needs your team support to enable him to unlock the value that he has within. So what are the key characteristics of the entrepreneur? He must have cross-functional capabilities. He's the guy that has, or lady that has the bird's eye view, that understand what happens in every business unit with the goal of creating something new. So, and they don't come every other day. You get 1 in 100. So let's make that clear. The goal is not to make everybody in your team an entrepreneur. The goal is to understand that in this team, I have 1, I have 2. And my goal is to help them make the best of that opportunity. Thank you.
Interesting perspective. I have a question for you, but I'll come back after he goes.
Okay, all right. I was going to say I practically don't have anything else to say right now because they've all done justice to an intrapreneur. All right, but maybe 2 things I will just point out in the next 60 seconds will be, I don't know how many of us have you've seen those guys who once it's 1 minute past 5, they carry their bags out. Yeah. Those are not entrepreneurs, yeah. In fact, they tell you specifically, so I'm going to speak pidgin now, no be my papa business, right? A true entrepreneur is someone who takes ownership of a business and is able to innovate. In fact, an entrepreneur understands the P&L. He knows what he needs to put into work in order for the money to come out so that he can get paid at the end of the day. And like Justin said, these are people who end up as an entrepreneur at the end of the day. So we need them in our team in order for them to take that full ownership to innovate and to drive the transformation that is needed in the day we are in today. I'll just end it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Austin. Yeah. I just have a quick follow-on question for Godson. Your intrapreneur in remission.
Yes.
Is he an asset to the organization or not?
Super big asset. He or she is a super big asset. He's going to save you heavy investment in human capital development because he's had boots on ground. He's been burnt, right? You're not going to bear that cost of learning because he's learned. So you will get there faster with him. He's only failed, and failure is not a proof of inabilities. It's just that he's found out how not to do it, and now he's ready to go again. He's now happy to share the risk with you.
Yeah, Godson, I was going to say that as much as he's a big asset, he's also a jackpot risk. So, so you must know how to protect him and to keep him and to make him relevant. That takes me back to what he said earlier on. Funsho said earlier on with regards to everybody standing to be like him, like the CEO that is in charge. So when they know that's the position they are in, and of course, I'm sure they are compensated, so they don't end up jackpotting because they've already gotten all the experience they need. Yeah, just wanted to chip that in.
Thank you so much. We're going to go into the main panel session now. I'm going to start with Femi, maybe. As a CIO and CDO at a merchant bank, how do you balance compliance-heavy environments with the need to innovate rapidly using AI and automation?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. Let me start. We see in today's world a bit of paradox where banks want to be fintechs, fintechs want to be banks, telcos want to be both banks and fintech at the same time. So governance become an issue. But for every entity, be it bank, be it fintech, be it a telco, we see different types of stakeholders. One, the IT people who want to innovate, who are trying to be creative, who are trying to bring new vistas, into those entities. We also have those who are in the governance space. That's the chief compliance officer and the CISO, that's the chief security officer. They are the ones who will prevent you from going overboard with some of these your innovations and creativity. They are to shield and protect, the entity that you work for. But for the CISOs, I see two types of CISOs that I've worked for, in terms of governance. There are some, that are very strong in terms of the governance. They are the ones who are raising their hands. They are seeing all the problems, that will occur upfront. They are more like stumbling blocks, even though you are supposed to collaborate with them. All right. But they prevent you from running. They prevent, they hold you back. They tell the board members, why, that innovation won't work. So you have to be very clever. One, you have to work with them. You have to give them the comfort that they need. And there's another, category of CISOs that I have seen and I will work with. These are the ones that are technically strong, and they're also, they have some governance skills. So these are the balanced ones. These are the ones that you pray for, that you find in every entity you work for. If you are the CIO, why? One, two things they will do for you. One, they will encourage you and say, look, CISO, I have your back. CIO, I have your back. Go ahead. Once the trouble is coming, I will defend you. What will he do? He's the one running the VAPTs, running the vulnerability test. He's running the penetration test. He's defending you. He's not raising his hands at board meetings to say that the CIO doesn't know what he's doing, that he's risking, the funds and the budget, of the bank. I enjoy working with those kind of, CISOs. I enjoy working with compliance officers who know their onions, who are balanced. They're not just raising their hands and creating problems or throwing CIOs under the bus. Now, talking about AI, what I have done is that I have taken another variant of AI, on board. And that's the one we call the RPA, robotic process automation. It assists you, to get the confidence of your stakeholders. Say, for instance, when you have the internal control and internal audit, and they're having challenges, massive challenges with reconciliation, you assist them by deploying RPAs. It will assist them, reconcile some of their legacy, issues, transactions, especially those who have very strong card-based, systems, ATM, transactions that have not been reconciled for ages. Okay, you apply this RPA, they become very comfortable. They start to encourage you, to bring in new innovations. That's when you now bring in some of these, AI product and services. All right, because now they are comfortable with you. You've solved, their most difficult problems and complex problems, and now you are able to do some of the new things that you have on top of your mind. That's when you bring all your digital touch points and channels together, you orchestrate them. Then you now allow the business stakeholders to cross-sell and upsell the different universe of product and services you have across the group. And people are making money even while they are sleeping. You create for them what I'll call a marketplace across, the group. I will stop there and allow my, other, colleagues to speak.
It's interesting. What you just said is first you build trust with the person.
Absolutely.
And then you get them to do your work for you.
Absolutely.
That's lovely. Can I stretch you a bit? Can you share specific instances where you've had to work closely with regulatory bodies while implementing AI-driven solutions?
Okay, I think the one that comes to mind, even though most people, it was the eNaira, project where CBN was the one driving it. When CBN is the one, or any of the regulators are the ones driving innovations, you get instant approvals. Even the MD is even the one asking you on a daily basis. The chief compliance is the one chasing you. The CISOs, everybody's chasing you over the whole place. How far? How far? How far? Look, CBN is on us. I love those kind of, those kind of projects where they are driven by the regulators. Okay, so what I always do is that we have buckets where we categorize projects, AI projects into one, the ones that are profit making. All right, that's when the CFO is interested, the MD is interested, even the board chair is interested, and every director is interested in that profit making. The second categories are the ones that I mentioned earlier, the ones that are driven by the regulators and statutory bodies, taxes, FIRS, asking you to do one or two things. You enjoy, those kind of projects. Then the third one are those ones that drive efficiency and service improvements. When you now automate, that's where the RPA, come into play, and you build trust, you buy trust, and you get, comfort from your, colleagues and other stakeholders. Then the final ones, final bucket is the one that brings visibility and innovation, where your brand is put out there because you are doing something that is esoteric, something that is different. I've been able to answer your question. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. My next question is for Femi. I'm sorry, for Austin. Ume. You lead digital transformation across Africa for a multinational consumer goods company. What role does local context play in implementing AI-led change at scale?
Local context. Okay. Actually, now that I was praying that I'll be the one to speak last again, yeah, but you just called my name, but it's fine. So I can just shorten it, but let me just see. So local context, I think the role that a local context play in AI-led transformation, be it any form of digital transformation, I think it's very critical and it's also very crucial. Because if the local context is not put in place or in focus, you definitely might not be able to succeed or to sustain or even create much impact. I heard when the president representative was speaking on behalf of the IHS, Strength of Thoughts, I greet you guys. I think most of the successes that has come through as a result of some of the local implementations and project that has happened, it's a testament to the fact that it was all local context, and that's how we drive things like this. Yeah, I've done a lot within Africa space, Europe, and as well as the Middle East. And I think overall, it's all about local context. And if that local context is not there, there's usually a problem. I'll give you a quick example so I can just, because of time. A quick example is I personally have my very recent project, which I met where I had to localize because there was a foreign import from the UK into Nigeria. So I had to drive some localization to it. And I can tell us that there's a principle I applied. It's called ADAN. And I think we can always use it in most of the things we do. ADAN, as differentiated as needed. What is in Europe must not necessarily or cannot necessarily work in Nigeria. It has to suit our local context due to language, culture, and every other thing that has to do with that. So when I stepped in, bringing the local content to it, we unlocked and saved over 600 million naira in savings just as a result of bringing some local context to it. So it's very, very key and vital that things like this actually come into play in everything we do, all right? We've deployed the chatbots. I hear a chatbot that was deployed, I think, in the northern part of the country, and adoption rate was 15%. Why? Because it was not suited to the context of the people living in that area. They needed to have a way that it speaks to their local language. And immediately it was changed to the local language and dialects, the chatbot. Immediately the adoption rate spiked up to like 80, 90% in just 1 week, because now more people get to make use of that particular facility and AI-led transformation journey just because it was now suited to a local context. I will end by saying that there's a lot of challenges of not actually deploying local context. And these challenges are not only because it is a tech challenge. It is because it is actually a cultural challenge. It's a contextual challenge, all right? And it's a people challenge that has to change, all right? So the more, what I would say is that the more we try to make sure that every AI-led transformation, solutions, the more it is rooted to local solution, to local priorities, the better we are able to scale, the better we're able to sustain, and also the better we are able to create more impact as a result of the projects that we do. In fact, in Nigeria today, I would say this, that we need to deploy the kind of AI solutions we need to deploy should not be an imported intelligence, because we know AI as artificial intelligence. So we don't need to import intelligence, which is I think what we need to do in our context in Nigeria and in Africa is to do what is called the original AI, which is to adapted intelligence. If we're able to adopt what is local to us, we'll be able to drive better intelligence that will be sustained, scalable, and at the same time, unstoppable, and it will create more impact. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. On top of that, it'll be, in my head, why aren't we driving the market such that we are building our own AI models so that what you're calling adapted intelligence is actually the original intelligence? And as we push it out there, they have to change their own model to match ours.
I think that's before everybody will put into that, I think that's exactly what we're working on right now.
Excellent.
In this step, if I drop this mic from Funsho down to Godson, all the way, I think they're all going to be saying the same thing. That's what we're trying to build today, to make sure that what we drive now, it's all local context, because that's the only way it can be scalable, impactful, and then sustainable.
Thank you, Austin. Thank you very much. Olosha, I'm going to come to you. At Dangote Group, with its massive industrial and logistic operations, how are you integrating AI and data analytics to solve operational bottlenecks and drive profitability?
Thank you very much. So the first thing for us is, like you said, the scale is massive. So we're careful about jumping on bandwagons. Whatever we do, believe me, it's well thought out. We build scenarios before we do anything. As we speak right now, there's a lot of AI in our manufacturing space. you know, we're primarily a manufacturing environment. So every other thing is just to help the manufacturing we do. So we have a lot of AI systems within our manufacturing system, especially even at the refinery. However, what gets the buzz really is the data analytics internally, because we generate loads of data. Unbelievable. But the insight into those data that would allow decision makers take instant decision that is based on reality and not on assumption. That is the kicker. So we actually have a whole department, unlike others where you have embedded here, there, we actually have a whole department that is focused on that. And within each of the countries where we work, we actually have a community of practice where this is not just in one place, but is embedded within the system. So right now, insight is driving everything that we do. Because if you imagine what goes into making just one bag of cement, for example, it's a lot. Then you talk about the SKUs that go into the likes of salt and all those things, and you have to track every single one of those things. You can't leave that to chance. You need insight, and you need to be able to automate in a way that will make life easy and consistent. So whatever our customers get today, you are sure they are getting the exact same quality tomorrow. So for us, business analytics is actually more even at the forefront because we have loads of data and we're optimizing that data.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Can you share an example of a project where AI has led to tangible operational improvements and cost savings?
Okay, so I would say, so two ways. I'm proud to say, I think I saw SA at the back there. We're one of the first to actually adopt Microsoft Copilot as an organization, driving flows within the system. But the kicker, again, is when you go to a manufacturing environment, you have robotics, like you said. There are so many things that are inbuilt that decision making, even for the system, now not for business owners, is based on AI. Some of those things are repetitive. Some of those things are decision needs to be taken because there's this micro change in the system before a human being finds out is a problem. So systems are put in place to detect those things, send the feedback, decisions are taken, and automatic decision is taken by the system itself. So almost everything we do, especially in the new things we are building, right? You have a lot of AI built into the system, right? But now moving to decision makers, we are building new systems. But like I said, we build based on knowledge base, expertise, right? Before we start rolling out. So as we speak today, we have SMEs building specific use cases for our AI templates. Thank you.
That's actually a direct response to what I was talking about, where we're generating our data, we're determining our own insights, and we're building this whole ecosystem that a lot of young people in the room can leverage on.
Absolutely. Sorry, one more thing is the buzz of AI, I think we need to also help ourselves. The large language models and all that, sincerely, I don't see Africans building those now because of the costs and all those things. But there's so much. If we focus on use cases, if we focus on our peculiarities, if we focus on our problems, there's so much. Just pick one use case, just pick one problem and delve into it with AI. It's unbelievable the amount of power that can be unleashed. And the beauty of it is we have enough problems. So if just instead of running around trying to pick several problems, just pick one problem that you are connected with and see how AI can help. It will blow your mind. The scale of what you can build is no longer the days where everybody has to have code knowledge. So you can do low code, no code right now, but be connected with the problem you want to solve. Believe me, I'm looking at millionaires here because we have enough problems. And when you solve a deep problem that is big enough, you make money. That's where entrepreneurship also comes in. Thank you.
Any millionaire wannabes in the room? Oh, there you go. I'll go to Rachel now. Banking is under intense pressure to digitize, yet trust and legacy systems remain major challenges. How are you leading AI initiatives that are both innovative and safe for millions of Nigerians?
Okay, thank you very much. Every technology, every single one has its upside and downside. And the strategy always is to see how you can bank on the upside, make it for every opportunity, and then try and manage the downside. So that has always been our strategy, and AI is not an exception. And so for AI, how are we ensuring that we balance safety and innovation? Number one, and I will take off from where it stopped. Technology should not be implemented just for the sake of technology. Just because every other person is doing it, you want to do it. There must be real problems that you want to solve. And so for AI is to ask ourselves, what opportunities do this technology represent for us as an organization? What problems are we struggling with now that it can solve for us? How is it going to help us to reshape the way our products are designed, the way it is rendered, services to the customers? How is it going to change the way we interact with our customers? So those are the things we first of all must start off with. You must have a very clear problem statement. And like you said, one use case at a time. So first of all, have that. Then for us in my organization, we say you first, all right? It's always about the customers. So every technology investment is looked from those lens. How can we use this to improve our interaction with the customer? That's one. Secondly, it is to then ask ourselves, so we want to do this. This is how this is going to work. You mentioned trust. For the traditional banks, trust capital is a big thing. If there's one thing that we have going for us, it is that. And so whatever we do, we must not undermine that in any way. We shouldn't get involved in a technology to the point where customers feel unsafe. And so the design must be with safety and ethics in mind. That must be chief consideration when you are designing any AI initiative. What are the data privacy laws that we need to be mindful of? How can we ensure we put customers' mind at rest so they don't think we're just playing with their data? What kind of guardrails do we need to put in place? All of that goes into the design. And finally, or maybe two more things. One also is that it is not all technologies that lend themselves to big bang approach. For AI, the common sense approach is that you start, like I said, one use case at a time. You do controlled pilots, you test, you evaluate, you run, you come back. You move in that cycle until it is perfected before you then do full rollout. And when you are done with that, you take on the next one. So one at a time, build confidence, let people know that what you have trained is working and is adding value, then you have the confidence to go into the next one. And finally is to build that capacity. I think I heard that in what he said earlier. Make sure that you invest considerably in ensuring you have boots on ground that can help support that new technology. So we're doing the same thing with AI. Right now, we are at what I would call an investment era, where we're looking at how do we, build capacity locally? Because when you come across people and they tell you they are AI engineers, you look at it, those guys have done 3 weeks on Coursera. They've done one thing in terms of practical experience. They don't have it yet. And it's because really it's still evolving. So as organizations, our job then is to make sure that we have the necessary skill in-house to be able to drive this technology in a way that it doesn't come back to haunt us. Thanks.
Thank you so much. I was going to ask you, how do you manage tensions? But I think I pulled my response out of your answer already. So I go to you, Adeshegun. You work in a highly regulated and scrutinized industry. How do you drive digital transformation in a space where compliance, customer engagement, and brand positioning must all be managed delicately?
Yeah, thank you for that question. And I think, I like to say that as a CIO, I have one of the toughest jobs, if you look at other CIOs, in the country, and that's because of what you mentioned, highly regulated, restricted industry. But there are two ways to look at it, right? As an organization and like any other business, we exist because we have a customer base, to serve, yeah? And while doing that, you also have to keep yourself internally, very well functioning. And what we do is, from an external point of view, see how we leverage digital transformation and AI to see how we understand our consumers, our customers better, both from a B2B and a B2C perspective, right? And then look at what the data is telling us in terms of the analytics, we have, what are our consumer preferences? If they don't have our brands, what brands will they be consuming? If they want to consume our products, what locations and how exactly, do they want to enjoy our product? So those are the kind of opportunities we leverage, from a customer and consumer point of view, using AI to understand our consumers better, and also, leveraging AI to drive the meaningful conversations and engagement between our brands and consumers, right? And on the other side, right, while you would say as a business, you are engaging your consumers, you are giving them offerings, that they want, you are meeting them at the point where they want, to be met. I think it also imposes on you to be very smart in your processes. So from a manufacturing point of view, right, we have quite a number of AI initiatives that's helping to drive efficiencies in our manufacturing processes, and even in our supply chain. Today, we run an AI digital twin of our supply chain that helps us simulate what could be the challenges and help us overcome them even before they materialize. Yeah, and that's really helping to save a significant, amount of cost in terms of, hundreds of pounds, right? Hundreds of thousands of pounds. So we kind of combine, digital transformation and AI from both the external facing point of view and the internal facing point of view as much as we can, within the restrictions or regulation that we find ourselves. And we do that, very responsibly, and also making sure that we are compliant with all the regulations and the rules that we need to play by.
Thank you. As a multinational, I expect that on the AI journey, you're a little more advanced. So would you say you've effectively used AI and automation to align operations around evolving regulations? How have you done that?
Yes, I would say to say that we are more advanced because we are multinational, I think it comes back to the local context, side of things, right? You have a solution in Australia, it doesn't work, in Nigeria because of the local context, right? But I think, from the point of, driving and operations, right? On a daily basis, we come to work and we ask ourselves, what can we improve? How smart, can we get? And we've been successful to create what we call an innovation hub, right? Where what these people do is to look at the opportunities that exist within the organization, either being manufacturing processes or supply chain, or even in the way we run our finance processes. And to that, we've seen innovation that's led to stock count, that's also helped to automate some of the finance processes that you would, sit to have several hours, do. And also in terms of the data analytics and reporting, that comes out of how we run our business on a day-to-day basis to help, improve the processes and provide intelligence in terms of helping to make decisions more effectively and faster.
Thank you so much. And last question on this round is for Godson. As a CEO with a technology background, how do you translate technical AI capabilities into business language that excites boards and secures buy-in from investors and partners?
Okay, that's a tough one. But that said, I mean, I'll pick it up from where he left off. It's important that we understand the different layers of AI, and I've heard them jump around it. So I run a supply chain technology company, and pretty much everybody sitting here is either a customer or a potential customer. So I can relate to a lot of their explanations. That said, it's important to understand that we have 3 tiers or 3 miles: the first mile, the middle mile, and the last mile. And the role of AI, each of these miles is very unique. Now, when the last mile is when you're looking at AI in the context of customer facing, engaging with your customer and improving customer experiences. The middle mile is where you're looking at movement of value, goods, and information across the organization. And then, of course, the first mile is to do with your internal operation, if you're a manufacturing organization or a service delivery organization. In each of these cases, AI plays a different role in helping you unlock value. So it's important that while we listen, we understand the phase at which each person is speaking from. Now, to your question, how do you translate AI benefits in a way that boards would understand and relate with? The first thing to understand is that the boards are typically numbers people. So you must go first with results. What are the sort of results? What are the sort of numbers that you're looking to deliver if enabled with AI, right? The second is in your communication. I speak to my team, and I always make sure you understand that IT or technology is not expense, but rather investment. And when you have this narrative, of course, every investment must have a return. So when you go to boards, you should be able to say, this level of investment would help us return that level of value or money or profit, or cut down your costs in ways that makes the business perform better. And that same language is what you take to investors, because at the end of it, it's about numbers. It's about dividends for shareholders and value for every other person in the stakeholder, every other stakeholder.
So let's make this a masterclass, Godson. Give us an example of how you have secured executive buy-in for a digital transformation initiative.
So every day, my job is I'm a salesman. I sell technology. So every day I pitch in different organizations. And if I have to use that as an excuse for digital buying, because I only have one board I report to, right? Unlike my friend here, Hadi Shegu, he would go through regional and then compliance. He has to get everybody's buy-in before he goes forward. But that said, the typical, if today I am pitching, say, a Dangote, I go first with results. How do I help you grow 20%? Now, 20% is such a huge number. At that point, you are interested in knowing what is it you are going to do differently that we are currently not doing. So the how is what comes last. The what comes first, the how, and then the role that everybody else have played. Years ago, I wouldn't want to call names. We had an asset management challenge in one of the beverage companies where asset breakdowns, I mean, these assets are in numbers of almost 100,000, was taking close to a whole week to bring it back up. So to get to the point where we were using technology to drive that, I had to show how much losses were incurred for those 5-6 days when the asset is down, and then gross it over the volume of asset that breaks down in a calendar year. And boom, it crystallized. That led to a project that was copied across Africa, won awards, and lasted for over 11 years before a better technology had to write it off. So the same approach is what we use in our everyday sale. So in this case, the customer is my board. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, that certainly does. Thank you very much. I'm going to make this a little more freestyle. Rachel, the next one is for you. And maybe for Ronshaw. Can you each share a real instance where an AI or automation project you led didn't go as planned? What did you learn?
The IT projects that did not go the way we expected. All right, like all projects, we designed, we proposed, and then it happened. Okay, so I think I have many examples, but I will just pick on one or two. We had this RPA project, similar to what Femi described earlier. I have card transactions in every day that runs into millions. And the traditional tools, were failing, they were not helping. And so when RPA came around and with AI infused, we saw an opportunity and we started using it. So it worked for some switches. You have before the implementation, you had a full room of people who will be getting report from switches, matching it with ledgers, and then throwing out exceptions and all of that. So with the RPA, we saw a leap in efficiency because we're able to use it. The bot was designed, it will go to the switches, go to the portals, download the reports, match it with our core banking, throw out exceptions, and where there are no exceptions, goes ahead to post. Fantastic initiative. So riding on that success, we went to another switch. And then there was a problem. Weeks after, we got to know that, oh, this thing is not failing, and they've abandoned it. They've gone to their manual way of doing things. So what was the problem? The bot was designed to go to the portal of the switch at a certain time, pick up the file, read the various columns, pick the data, match it, and then do the needful. But this particular switch wasn't that disciplined, all right? So they changed the report format as their spirit leads. Today, this column is here. Tomorrow, they move it here. There is no prediction, no predictability. And we know that RPA is meant to handle those predictable tasks, repetitive tasks. So the bot failed in that regard. So what did we learn from that? When you are playing in the digital space, you are not alone. All right. So there are collaborators. You are playing in a larger ecosystem. And you have to match your speed with those other people that you are depending on. And so we have had to pause. And as I found out in the industry, we're not alone. For these particular people, we are waiting for them to get to the level where we are. All right. So understanding that environment, not taking it for granted that because it worked here, it will also work here. That was one big learning point for us. I think another one was when we did a chatbot and we had to go to another region. We operate in other African markets, so we could just uplift it and just do it there, and it wasn't successful the first time because there were cultural nuances, that differ from our region to their region. So we took our learning. We had to go there, study the market, understand the culture in that area, and then come back to the drawing board and redesign a board specifically for that market. It worked in other market, but in this particular market, it was different. So that is another thing. Context matters when you are doing these things. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I can't think of anything where I am right now. So, but in my previous life, I would say, how many people know about TIN, Taxpayer Identification Number Project? Okay. I was the national director for that project for where I worked earlier. And two things I picked from there. One is culture is important. Culture eats technology for breakfast any day. Do not assume. Assumption makes an ass of everybody. 3, understanding the difference between the win and the results of the environment. Wins are usually personal for the people involved. Result is what everybody sees. The reason we think most projects in Nigeria, especially tech, do not work on a global stage, national stage. It's not because technology is not in place. In fact, half of the time, if you go back there, the systems are working. The issue is wins usually override result here. So it's good to understand the wins of the people and know how to deal with them. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Mr. Femi Aderibige, CIO, CDO, Greenwich Merchant Bank, Austin Ome, Digital IT Transformation Head, PZ Cousins, Folonsho Ali, GCIO Dangote Group, Rachel Adeshino, CTO First Bank, Adeshegun Orofudia, British American Tobacco, Godson Nkokelonye, forgive me, Excite. Thank you so much for your time today. I'm thanking the remarkable panelists for the candid feedback, insightful experiences, and it's been an interesting morning for me, at least. From reimagining customer engagement to driving operational excellence, today's conversations have made it clear that AI is not just a technology, it's a catalyst of new ways of thinking and working. Perhaps the most important takeaway is the digital transformation is fundamentally a leadership journey. It requires courage to challenge old assumptions, creativity to explore possibilities, and a commitment to empowering teams of entrepreneurs. So I hope we'll carry these lessons forward as we shape the future of Nigerian businesses together. Thank you all for your engagement this morning.
Thank you very much. I'll please ask that the panelists remain seated briefly. We'll be paying attention for a few minutes to Ms. Abiola Lasendi. I'll be calling her up. Please come on. She's the founder of the CIO and C-Suite Club Africa. She has a few minutes of something to share and will make clear to you the linkage between what she'll be speaking to us about and the set of people here. After that, we'll do the plaque presentation. Kindly oblige.
Thank you so much, sir. Mr. President, the rest of the audience, please permit me to just stand on the existing protocols. Clubs or associations. Day. I just wanted to quickly invite this distinguished audience to please join us. Ours is an ecosystem that is now global. We are in all, most of African countries through some of our initiatives and projects. Let me just quickly tell you that it is a strategic platform the CIO and the C-Suite Club Africa. It is a strategic platform connecting the CIOs, the CTOs, senior executives across several sectors. And this initiative that is now growing across Africa Can anybody? Survive? Can join me to just say, yeah, we did not only survive, but we are thriving. We thrived during the pandemic. We came out of it and we brought out a lot of lessons. But guess what? During that pandemic, some of us felt like we were not honoring and spotlighting those leaders who were helping us to navigate through the disruption enough. Remember what happened during Ebola and some of those crises we had. And a lot of the medical professionals became our heroes. Till date, we are celebrating a lot of them. Some of them are no longer with us, but that may not be the best example, but we just felt like there is a particular community that we just assume is their daily job. Some were neither sleeping nor slumbering during that pandemic. So Nigeria had its first CIO award, and from there, we're able to draw out credible leaders from across Nigeria. But guess what? By the second edition of that same CIO award, we started seeing nominations from other African countries, and we decided that this is becoming a global initiative, and Nigeria opened its doors to other African countries. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am incredibly pleased to tell you that today we're receiving nominations for this prestigious award from 15 African countries. Thank you. Last year, 5 countries came physically to pick their awards. They came as nominees. A lot of them left as winners. They came to join us here. A lot of them were coming to Nigeria for the first time. And it was so glorious. It was so beautiful. So I've asked the panelists to stay today because these are the people who are always working behind the scene to make those awards prestigious. We have partners like Mr. Koka here. Dr. Koka, Tunde Koka here is one of our distinguished jurors. He's been with us from the inception. And you can imagine having people like Dr. Koka and quite a number of people who are not even here in the in collaboration with the awards that we run. And these are the distinguished board of trustees. A lot of them are known faces. I'll just give you like 5 seconds to look at our board of trustees across the continent. And these are our distinguished executive leadership council who have been serving from last year till date. Right. And then how I started, I was talking about the awards. This is the QR code for the awards for this year. Can you please take up your phone and please scan this QR code? You must know 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 distinguished leaders who are eminently qualified for the awards. So I don't want to carry this over to tomorrow or ask you to just take a picture. Please do it now and nominate someone. You can nominate any of these panelists, by the way. It's okay. They are all qualified to become the next CIO and C-suite leader for Africa. Now, we are also asking you to become members of the club. It's an easy process. 1, 2, 3, you are there. And there's going to be another QR code where you can just, scan and become a member of the club. Or please, you can take a snapshot of this. And because I need to run off the stage now before Mr. MC comes. So you can also take a snapshot of this or, yeah. So thank you so much for your time. Again, please help me appreciate the members of the CIO and the C-Suite Club Africa for the value they've added to this morning's panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll ask that you kindly just tarry a bit here on stage. It's time to recognize this wonderful panel, and we'll be calling on the Vice President of the President, Deputy President, I'm learning. We'll be calling on the Deputy President of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry to please kindly come help us present the plaques. A round of applause, please. Please, can we have the... Be having them stand up. Yeah.
Thank you. Initially, I thought there was one AI that was talking to all of you, but I now know that you combine both the HI and the AI, human intelligence and the artificial. It's great to have you. You don't just make it possible just for the business community, you made it possible for this, our Ictel, to go throughout the pandemic. We are doing the 11th today. Even during the Ebola, we went through it. We never stopped. Our Ictel never stopped. Thank you for your ingenuity. Thank you very much.
Okay. Let's go.
Next, Onyeje. Let's put down together for our sister, please. Thank you. Thank you. Rachel, additional. Let's put down together for additional, please. Yes. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Adeshegun Orafidia. Let's put down together for Adeshegun, please. Next is Godson. Let's put down together for Godson, please. Thank you so much. For Lawrence Liu. Let's put down together for Lawrence, please. Ooh, yes. Last but not the least, yours. Mr. Austin May. Let's put it together for Mr. Austin, please. Thank you. So, we'd like to ask other panelists to join Mr. Austin and the Deputy President for a group photo. Deputy President, sir, we need to. Okay. Well, somebody said I should say that Deputy President is blessed. Yes, he is. Very blessed. Yes. So that so let my Deputy President remain blessed. Yes. Are we good? Thank you so much.
Thank you all very much. We'll be going on to the next part of the program. And this is a presentation, also a masterclass, entitled Leveraging Technology for Innovation and Growth. And this will be presented by Dr. Austin Okpagu, Country Director of Virtual Financial Technologies Limited. Mr. Okpagu. A round of applause for Mr. Okpagu as he mounts the stage, please. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The president, let me also stand on all existing protocol so we can get started. I think I sat down there and I was listening to the panelists, and I'm just shocked at the load of knowledge that has been shared today. I think I took a couple of notes, and that's very impressive. I have a slide for presentation. So my name is Dr. Austin Okpagu. I represent Virto in Nigeria. So Virto is a B2B cross-border payment company. We are headquartered in the UK, and we have licenses across multiple markets, Nigeria inclusive, where we support businesses that are interested in scaling globally to be able to overcome the challenges that comes with payments within Africa. Today, we support payments. We support up to 50 different currencies. So if you are a Nigerian company and you need to pay suppliers, you need to do investments, and you have predominantly Naira, we support you to be able to access 50 different currencies. And also today, you can do payouts to as much as 170 countries globally. All right. I will be speaking very briefly about leveraging technology for innovation and payment in Africa. Primarily about the opportunities as well as driving digital transformation. A lot has been said about digital transformation. We had the CIOs and chief innovation officers spoke about AI and the likes. Please, can we go to the next slide? Can we go to the next slide, please? All right. Is anyone helping me here? Okay, I do have here. Oh, great. All right. Now, today is, I think that the last 10 years, we've seen tremendous growth in the way technology is shaping Africa. And more so, we've seen that the continent that is driving the most rapid growth in terms of technology is Africa. We look at Nigeria playing a predominant role there as well. But beyond that, I think I would say the last 6 years have also seen tremendous growth across different verticals. We've seen businesses in manufacturing leveraging technology as a catalyst for transformation in the value chain. We've also seen businesses, not just in real estate, adopting technology to drive innovation within their sector as well. We've also seen two key things that have happened in terms of the payment infrastructure is around creating opportunities using technology. Today, in the past, for you to even attend meeting, you would have to drive, even if your office is in Ikeja, you have to drive for another 30 minutes or 40 minutes to come to VI to take that meeting. Today, things have changed. If you have a meeting in VI and someone asks you, can you come physically? What is your thought? What do you know? What would you say first? Anyone want to respond to that? If you have a meeting in VI and your office is in Ikeja and you're asked to come physically for a 15 to 20 minutes physical meeting, what would you say? In this age and age, that's what like technology have done. These days, physical meetings have been disintermediated because of technology. People now use Google Meet. People now use Zoom to do all of that. That's to tell you the power of technology. But today, I'm narrowing my conversation to payments and innovation in Africa and how technology is shaping that. All right. The landscape of innovation in Africa. We've seen that today there are more than 600 incubation centers across Africa. Most of these are in Nigeria, in Kenya, Cape Town, and a couple of other markets within the continent. But one thing we've seen is these hubs are driving significant innovations. Most of us here have probably heard about CC Hub. I've heard about a couple of other innovation hubs and how that is transforming the way people create innovative product today in Nigeria. Now, one of the key proponents of technology, especially when it has to do with payments, it's the mobile money and also driving financial inclusion. Today, if I ask everyone in this room, how many of us you have mobile money wallet? I'm sure the hand will be up. But if I ask this question 4 years ago, the lower hands will be up. Why? Because for every single one of you, the moment you want to pay your mechanic or your Uber driver or your boat driver, and you ask them, can I transfer to you? What is the response? They will say yes. And most of the time they will ask you, I don't want to mention a brand name right now, but most of the time when you ask your Uber driver or your boat driver to give you an account number, they will give you their phone number to transfer money into it. Yes or no? Yes or no? And have you ever wondered why are they giving you a phone number that is -0, right? 11 digits the phone number, 10 digits account number. Why? Because mobile money has simplified the process of payment. It's memorable, right? Every single boat. Why are they not giving you the regular bank account numbers? It's difficult to memorize, right? They're giving you their phone number because it's sticky. And that's the power of what technology can do. And most times when the payments happen, it's almost instant. Yes or no? It's almost instant. Fast forward a couple of years ago, you probably have to call your bank officer to confirm if the payment has gone. That has changed. And that's the transformative power of technology as well as payment in the industry. Now, technology or innovations is not just about fintech. There's agri-tech. Today, that is transforming the way we plant tools. There are AI tools that are used in agri-tech or agri companies to understand seedlings, improve seedlings, understand what is happening to drive yields. We also see health tech. Today, you can literally chat with a doctor on an app. You do not physically have to join the queue in a hospital to speak with a doctor. There are a lot of health tech that you can speak with, telehealth as well, renewable energy, and several others. Today, you can earn a master's degree and pay online without having to queue in a bursary office. And even traditional institutions are beginning to adopt online payments. And that's the transformative power of technology. Now, of all of this, there are a lot of questions around what is driving those innovations. Why is tech in Africa, or why is payment in Africa growing at an unprecedented rate? It comes down to investment. And I've had some data here talking about investment. between 2022 and 2024, Nigeria, and by extension, Africa, has seen massive investment in technology, essentially more so in fintech. But look at the data. The first half of this year, 2025, has seen 1.35 billion in investment in Africa. And that's to tell you that the world is looking at what is happening in Africa, and most of these investments are mostly in fintech. Just a couple of months ago, one of the popular payment company, not mobile money, in Nigeria became a unicorn, $1 billion plus company. And that's to tell you that the world is beginning to see the impact of payment and how that can transform the way every single person in this room can do business with the world. Let's move on. Now, I spoke very briefly about mobile money. In Nigeria, we have not really scratched the surface of what mobile money can do. And I'm looking forward to August when open banking will be launched. I understand that CBN would, formally launch open banking in August, and we will see the transformative power of mobile money. Now, whilst Nigeria is leading when it comes to payments, we've seen that financial inclusion is growing at a rate that have never been seen before. When there was a cash crunch in Nigeria, I think it was about 2 years or 3 years ago, everyone was running to use mobile money. Why? Because of reliability. When the legacy banks have sort of failed, the fintechs or the payment companies came to the rescue. And that's to tell you that the power of mobile money is in your hand. And today, you can actually do a bit of integrations with your businesses. As a business in this room, if you are unable to crack payment collections for your business, do you know you have not started? How many of us here have done international business before? You have a business in Nigeria, but you have vendors or you have a need to import product into Nigeria. Please, can I see your hand up? Have you ever imported or paid a supplier that is not in Nigeria? Yes? Just one hand? Okay. If you've ever have a need to, import anything from China, and you've had a need to go look for dollars in the black market, can I see your hand up? Very few. Okay. Does it mean that a lot of us here don't do international payment? What I'm saying in essence here is that there's a whole lot going on right now for businesses in this room. Just about 3 weeks ago, we had a client that wanted to send Naira to South Africa. Guess what happened? It took 4 days to send Naira to ZAR, South African Rand. 4 days. And as a forward-looking business, if you use technology, what is happening today, that payment can happen in a matter of minutes. And that's the power of stablecoin as well, which I will talk very briefly about cross-border payments. One thing also is, if you're a business here, you need to meet customers at the point where they are able to pay you, and which is very important. If you have a platform and there's a need for you to integrate mobile money, it's very important that you do it. Today, people pay smaller businesses by simply transferring to them. So if you run a business and you don't have multiple payment options where your customers can pay you, it means you're leaving money on the table. All right, moving on. There are a couple of emerging technologies that are shaping, Africa's future. The panelists spoke about AI. That's a no-brainer. I'm sure when we speak about AI, everyone seems to have heard about it. And if you go to your WhatsApp today, you probably see AI, and a lot of people are using it. But there are a bunch of things happening here. AI is one of those, and blockchain technology is gaining a lot of ground today. In terms of national identity card management, you've been seeing that there's a whole lot happening right now. Today, I think I read just a couple of weeks ago, and I wanted to try it myself. The Corporate Affairs Commission said they have integrated AI into their platform for business registration, and that it takes less than 24 hours to complete a business name registration versus 2 weeks in the past. That is the impressive power of AI that is transforming business. And no one a lot of people are no longer becoming onlookers. It can transform your business in a way that you can never imagine. I use AI, and my company equally uses AI. AI in terms of onboarding. In the past, if you want to onboard a company, you probably would spend a couple of days going back and forth to the banks to open a bank account. And it still happens today. But for companies or businesses that are using AI to, open bank account for customers, it happens in minutes. You do not have to go to, a physical bank account. Your documentation is all screened by AI, and you get onboarded in a matter of minutes. I wanted to get a bank statement, and I had to physically go to the bank for my bank to print it and have it signed. But that is going away now. Agritech. I'm sure there are businesses here that are also into agriculture. And this is one of the ways that technology is also empowering, businesses. I was just watching a video from the Minister of, I think, Science and Technology. No, not Science and Technology, Communications. And he was showing a video of his farm, how he's leveraging technologies to increase the yield in his farm in Ogun State or Ondo State. And that's super impressive. If a minister is doing that, who happens to be from tech, then it means anyone here can do it as well. Now, digital identity management is one very key areas that we're beginning to see a lot of transformation using technology from KYC, from anti-money laundering regulations, and then enhancing securities as well. Now, let's move on. This is a very long slide, but I will just read through very quickly. Now, speaking about all of this, what is in it for you? So this brings me to the opportunities for growth and investment. If you're an investor in this place, or you're a business owner in this place, what this tells you is that technology comes with a lot of opportunities. And I think that Nigeria, as far as Nigeria is concerned, there's still vast untapped market. I was reading about SDG report, and I realized that about 50% of Nigerians are either financially excluded or unbanked or semi-banked. That's a huge opportunity. And that's what the likes of mobile money operators are picking up from as well. A $3.3 billion market. If you're not in payments, you're not in fintech, it doesn't mean you have to be in any of those, but it shows that if you integrate technology into your collections, you can actually unlock this value. 3.3 billion, it's a lot of market. Now, it's a youthful and digital native population. Today, every single person in this room have a smartphone. The deputy president here has a smartphone. He's gray, right? He's got gray hair, right? But the truth is this, that's him. Okay, he has one. Now, every youth in today have a smartphone. And because they have a smartphone, it opens up opportunity for you as a business owner. A lot of business owners, are moving beyond traditional advert to digital first. You know why? Because the number of hours that people spend on their phone, right, is enormous, it's massive. And I think that for business owners in this room, you should begin to look at how you can leverage this digital native population to push your product or solutions. I ran an experiment a couple of weeks ago. I posted something on my WhatsApp status around 12 a.m. 12 a.m. I posted it. And what was the objective? I wanted to see how many people will view my status at 12 a.m. you'll be amazed. I saw, by the time it was 2 a.m., I saw more than 83 people view my status at 2 a.m. It means you can actually advertise here. Now, increasing internet penetration. Today, there's broadband, there's 5G, and that means that there's huge opportunity. Even if you're not investing in that sector, there's a huge opportunity for you to begin to diversify your revenue stream by looking at ways in which you can make more money. Now, there is an enabling regulatory environment. Government in Nigeria is increasingly recognizing the importance of tech, like Nigeria. The CBN has been very nimble. The communication ministry has been very nimble in terms of adopting technology, and that's a huge opportunity as well. Now, for those of us that are in tech, or that are startups, you also realize that just in a couple of years ago, less than 3 years ago, the Nigerian signed into law the Nigerian Startup Act. It shows that the government is actually interested in, supporting startups as well. But last but not least here is cross-border expansion. And this is where I come in. I work with Verto, and what we see most of the time is that businesses in Nigeria find it difficult to scale to other markets. And one of the biggest problems is lack of collaboration, right, between African markets. Today, it's easier for a Nigerian business to pay a supplier in USD than to pay in Rand or Kenyan shillings. And so what the likes of Verto and other cross-border payment companies are doing is to ensure that you are able to collaborate without having to own a physical office in all these emerging markets, like in Kenya, in South Africa, but you are able to collect payment directly from your customers that are resident in those markets. And we can do that for you in a matter of minutes to set you up as well. I know I don't have a lot of time, but addressing the challenges that we've mentioned in terms of access to capital, which is a big deal. There are inconsistent regulatory frameworks across all the markets. And then infrastructural deficiencies are prevalent in those markets. But however, there are huge opportunities for investment. When there is challenges, there are investment opportunities. And also there are training and education that is happening. Today, you can practically learn anything by just simply going to the internet, and you can learn as much as you can. And also, there's also a streamlined regulation that is happening. There's what we call Pan-African Payment Settlement System that ECOWAS is adopting to be able to enable businesses to do transactions within African countries. And that's a very good plus as well. Now, the way forward. The way forward is essentially around businesses in this room should be able to collaborate with themselves. You can't grow as fast as an individual when you work with other people. And I think we should explore collaboration between ourselves and also other African countries as well. Investment in human capital is a must. If you're a business owner here, it's very critical that you begin to train your staff or employees about the power of leveraging technology to scale your business. That is important as well. Community building and focus on localized solutions. I don't want to overemphasize this last point because it's very critical. There are businesses that are simply adopting technologies that can only work in advanced countries. Please note this, if this is the only last thing you hear from me. Technology is an enabler. It's not a core business, right? Only use technology to enable your business. And there are some businesses that technology cannot disrupt right now. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, as I conclude, thank you for listening. And the question here is, how will you contribute to shaping this future of technology? Starting from where you are seated. Thank you so much for listening. And if you want to simplify your cross-border payments, please, here's my email, and we do have a stand there, and my team will be happy to speak with you. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you very much, Dr. Austin Okpago. Really appreciate that. We'll have to ask you to wait a bit. kindly help us present the Thank you very much. Very grateful. A round of applause, please, everyone. We'll actually be having them either on the right or to the left. So you may want to join just any of the queues to this side or the other. And we're having in mind a quarter of an hour budgeted for this. So we'll be coming back. And when we do, we'll be enjoying other parts of the program, as you can see in your copies of the program. Special demo session by the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. There'll be a session with Samsung, and then we have a third panel session. So we still have a loaded program ahead. So kindly enjoy your coffee break. Thank you. We'll basically want to just mention maybe our music volume will go down a little bit. Can we step down the volume a bit? Thank you very much. So just to mention the names of the companies that will be involved in the pitch session later on, and this is just to more like a preliminary heads up. Auto Girl, House of Zebima, Varsity Scape, I think I'm pronouncing this right, Bamiwale, Snug Ride, Addis Agro, and Pluto's Page. I'll take the list again. Auto Girl, House of Zebima, Varsity Scape, Bamiwale, Snug Ride, Addis Agro, Pluto's Page. We hope these companies will be getting ready as we go for our break. Thank you.
such a rush, my baby, slow down, come find your love. I'm hoping you see me, come serve it up. Loving when you stir it up, that body belong on TV. Oh, this feeling I can't hide. You're feeling up my mind, and I just don't know why. I just don't know why. Five lives, five lives, five lives.
Yeah.
Attention, please. The tea break will be over in just 5 minutes. We'll be starting the session soon. 5 minutes, please.
Good day. Good day. Have you heard about latest Samsung Fold 7 and Flip 7? So for this particular latest Fold and the Flip, it comes in a lighter and slimmer design. So when we talk about the slimmer and lighter design, as you can see, we have the slimmer and lighter design body. So when you fold, you have 6.5. When you unfold, you have 8.0. This is the first Samsung Fold that ever have 200 megapixel while using your camera. And this particular phone, you have enhanced Snapdragon chip and AI for features. And this particular phone, you can use the Gemini Live in terms of you talking to your phone without even pressing it. Just long press on your power button. It's automatically giving you what you want. For an instance, maybe you want to prepare power button and just command the phone with just your natural voice. Of it to good features can and is a true companion in terms of you into your phone. This phone serve a true particular phone comes with the latest in terms of the fast processor. And this particular phone also comes with a good picture while taking your picture.
May I have your attention, please? We'll start returning to our seats. And one of the first brands to give attention to in the immediate is MTN Momo. We'll give you just a couple minutes to kindly sit so we can give attention to their brief presentation. Kindly take your seats, please. Ladies and gentlemen. Seems this might need to be held by some. So we'll be more. The stand seems to need some support.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. So we have to tell you why we're indeed oh, awesome. So we're bringing in, let's face it, the last presenter that presented, Dr. Austin from Veto, had said something. He talked about a transaction that do, whether from South Africa to Nigeria or Nigeria to South Africa. So long, I think he noted that it took about 4 days to get that transaction done. What if I
I'm the most credentialized cybersecurity professional in Africa because as we speak, I have over 61 professional certifications that cut across governance, risk and compliance, and cybersecurity. Thank you.
Pleasure to have you. I'm not sure if Dr. Mohammed is on. It's online. If you are, potentially, if you want to introduce yourself. Otherwise, I will do the honor of introducing you. I think Dr. Mohammed is currently the head of or the director of cybersecurity in Ictel. And so, without further ado, I probably want to start the conversation. I'll start with a lady. I think, with all due respect, ladies first. So, gentlemen, please forgive me if I have to go with a lady. So, Lola, do I give you a blank check? Is it? We don't have too much time. So, I probably want to leave you with 3 minutes. So, the question is, what are some of the challenges or threats you see as far as it's concerned, as far as the ecosystem of Nigeria is concerned? We've seen a lot. Everybody is talking about AI, and I know a lot of you are itching to delve into AI and what we call blockchain. And I know there's a paradox when it comes to there's what we call the Ethiopian and Ethiopian usage as far as it's concerned. But then the concern is there's a security dimension. So what do you think it's the challenge facing Nigeria? You can limit yourself if you want to go into the financial sector. I know that's why you do a lot of things. So go for it.
All right, thank you. I'll try as much as possible to do that in 3 minutes because that's a lot, right? So for me, around cybersecurity, and there's a low, acceptance of cybersecurity, especially in financial sector. Thank you for, giving me the opportunity to talk around that sector. And this cuts across all sectors precisely. Of course, we've heard about the business email compromise. We've heard about ransomware. We've heard about phishing and all of that. But the one that is very particular, and I think it resonates to me, is the insider threat and the social engineering. And it's just because organizations treat cybersecurity or basically tech as secondary when it comes to businesses. I've had conversation with 1 or 2 people here, and they're like, oh, you know what? I'd rather invest more, in building the business income. That's the reason why I started a business, and not even thinking about technology, right? So you find out that a lot of people working in organizations don't even have an idea of what's going on. Yes, probably they attend the awareness program because it's regulatory, or probably they just attend the program, or they have the cybersecurity framework or department, again, because it's regulatory. Are they really practicing that? And, that's a big challenge. And of course, with the advent of AI, it's getting more sophisticated. And again, you find out that financial institutions are also jumping into that boat to say, oh, we want to be the first to implement AI, want to show that, we have the technology. But they're not looking at the critical aspect of it, which is cybersecurity. I'm happy at some point, CBN had said the cybersecurity, information security team should not be reporting to the CIO. There has to be segregation of duty. That makes a lot of sense because, again, there will be compromise. But what are the regulators doing? Is there a cybersecurity body? I mean, I'm not talking about the one that is affiliated to CBN or to other regulators. There has to be a body on its own because it's huge. If you don't secure the data that you have or the information that you have from your customer, how do you expect, to grow your revenue? Because the more secured your data is, the more trust your customer have with you. And of course, you automatically earn the customer's loyalty. But these days, you find out that employers would rather want to put that investment in advertising, put that investment in all sorts of things. And again, I'll say that another challenge I see is individuals that don't even have idea of what's going on, are very vulnerable when it comes to this cyber attack. So you have aged parents, they have their phones get hacked. If they're in any WhatsApp group and all of that, the awareness is not there. So for me, awareness is, apart from the other things I'd mentioned, awareness is very key. What are the banks doing about it? What are the financial institutions doing about it? Are they, rather than come up with adverts, are you coming up with advert that talks to cyber crime, how they can protect their data, how they can protect their information, you know, but of course not. What we do is, what the banks do, or the financial institutions, what they do is they want to quickly come up with technology. So for me, I query technology like USSD, right? And the reason why I query it is because it's not end-to-end encrypted. I'm sure a lot of you probably come and say, oh, what do you mean? But I need to put my code before I complete that transaction. Remember, cybercrime or threat is not basically about your money or what you have in the bank. What about your information, your data? Why would I come to an event like this and I'm asked to write down my information, my phone number, and my name in a piece of paper? What do you need it for? Do I know the next person coming in? You know, do I know what the person is going to do with that information? So it goes beyond the, you know, the financial aspect of it. It also talks about the information of that particular person. So there's a lot around it. There's a lot of challenges. And unfortunately, I don't see the sector or any other sector, you know, taking it up to say we need to change the narrative. We need to pay attention to this aspect of tech. Thank you. I hope I didn't use more than.
Thanks a lot. I believe if we give you the opportunity, you're going to unpack a lot. But anyway, Prof, extreme left. The question is that we've heard so much about cybersecurity, and there's a lot that has been said. And I believe a decade ago, we started the mobile money, or we started digital transformation that led to a lot of revolution as far as the banking ecosystem is concerned. And we've also seen what has happened, especially not just the money laundering part, but also people losing money from the banking system. Now, tell me, from a maturity standpoint, as someone who is a professor, not just from an academic perspective, but also from a practice perspective, what would you say is the maturity as far as the Nigerian ecosystem is concerned? And potentially you can elaborate what you're also doing beyond the shores of Nigeria and how that influenced the changes we see in the landscape.
All right, thank you very much for the question. So when we talk about cybersecurity maturity index, we have to put into perspective different sectors, especially when it comes to Nigeria. So from sector-led perspective, you know, what I mean by sector-led perspective is, you know, in Nigeria, we have the banks, the financial sector, we have manufacturing, we have aviation, insurance. To be honest, they don't have the same maturity. Of course, in the kind of maturity, the cybersecurity maturity that the banks in Nigeria have, you can't compare it to insurance. You can't compare it to aviation or small businesses because the banks prioritize cybersecurity more than those sectors. Why? Because of the criticality and the sensitivity of information they do, of course. Because if they don't, of course, fraud will happen. You know, a lot of things can go wrong. But then, holistically, thinking about it from, you know, in the entirety of maturity, there is what I call cybersecurity burger. I think the challenge, you know, cybersecurity burger in the sense that if you see a burger today, it has different layers. You know, you have the bread, you have the bacon, you have different things inside the burger. And I think that's the way cybersecurity is. So any organization today, their maturity, sometimes you see an organization, because they've spent money buying perimeter security, they think, oh, because I have a firewall, I'm 100% secure. That's not totally correct. Or sometimes they put an investment in endpoint security, they think everything is fine. But the reality is, if you look at standardization point of view, there are 4 critical areas that you need to put into consideration before you can talk about cybersecurity maturity. And number 1, of course, organizational controls. So when you look at it from that lens and you look at your organizational controls in terms of your policies, your procedures, the strategy to even know that cybersecurity primarily is not a technical issue, it's a business issue. Because if you understand that cybersecurity is a business issue, it will let you know, because you mentioned digital transformation. Everything is now digital led. So that means if you don't prioritize cybersecurity, you're going to lose money. So you have to look at it from the lens of organizational control, right? Number one. And then you have to look at it from people control. And that's what Lola talked about, social engineering, because today, most of the threats that is impacting your people, phishing, deep fakes, ransomware, is because people are not trained. So organizational control is one piece from the maturity point of view. Then also the people control is very, very important, that you need to factor into your maturity point of view. And then also, then you took our physical security. A lot of times when we talk about cybersecurity, we play down on physical security as well. And then the last piece is now where the technology is. And when we're talking about the technology, it's not just having an antivirus. It is layers of controls, perimeter security, access control, authentication, authorization. There's so many pieces that you need to put into consideration before you talk about security. So in a nutshell, because there is no time, I would say the banks have tried in terms of the way they have prioritized cybersecurity, the financial sector. But I think a lot of other sectors like manufacturing, insurance can do much more in prioritizing cybersecurity. But in the banks as well, is not, if you look at the graph the graph is revolutionary. I'd rather use revolutionary, right? Revolutionary in the sense that today, when people implement, there was a time in Nigeria that we weren't serious about, when you go to even some banks, there is no technology controls in place in terms of log management systems and everything. But the problem today that we have in terms of maturity is we now have, you go to banks today, they still suffer electronic fraud, not because the technology, the security controls are not there. I think the conversation today should be effectiveness of those controls. When you have spent money to buy cybersecurity controls, you need to test for the effectiveness of the controls. It's like a car. When you have your car, what do? Your car has a brake. You test your brake, whether it is working. When you are driving, you check your mirrors, everything, whether it is working and everything. But today, we spend a lot of money buying cybersecurity controls without prioritizing the effectiveness of the controls. And I think that's the challenge with the maturity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. On this note, I'll actually put a break on you. Anyway, let's come back to Obiora. Obiora, I think we've heard a lot, but I want to look at it from a perspective of how do we synergize? I mean, there are various institutions that are responsible for defense and offense. And now, at this stage, we are in a defensive mode rather than being in an offensive mode. If you look at it from a government, private sector, and international bodies, be it any institution responsible for security, how do you think we can collaborate effectively and make sure we defend the digital platform, if you may want to call it?
Okay, thank you. Interesting thing is that you can't talk about cybersecurity without talking about collaboration. Yeah, because as it is, no entity, no particular organization can fight cybercrime alone. So you need a collaboration with multiple agencies, the private sector, the public sector, government agencies, and also some international body to collaborate to form a robust defense against cybercrime. So I'll put this in perspective. The private sector, you understand that they come in with a lot of innovation and expertise. What the government can do is to create agencies that can provide legal framework that can help each organization embrace collaboration. Because people might want to share things, but they are afraid that they might be penalized, or they will blow it out of proportion and they get out of business. Yeah, so if there's a legal framework that helps manage confidentiality, but still help organizations preempt some kind of cyber attacks and also mitigate those attacks, it will go a long way in helping organizations build robust defense. In the private sector, I'll be sector specific because I've been within the financial space for a number of years. Yeah, we have a CISO forum, which has grown from just a WhatsApp group that's we created to monitor some kind of threats within our space, to now a full-fledged community, the Committee for CISO in Nigerian financial institutions. We've been able to collaborate for a long time and share threat intelligence across our members to help us preempt some kind of attacks and also mitigate them. If something happens in a particular bank, there is a high chance that it's going to happen somewhere else. So we are able to share that intelligence, identify some root causes, some learning points, and share this across so that the other organizations are able to leverage actionable intelligence and also mitigate those attacks within their own ecosystem. The good thing again is that in Nigeria, we have a very robust cybersecurity ecosystem. We've been able to work with a lot of agencies created by the government, the NIBS, the NFIU, the NIMC. We have NGSAT, which is managed by the Office of the National Security Advisor. We have the NFI SAT managed by the CBN. What do? We make sure that we share threat intel with these agencies, helping us track malicious activities within the financial space. Funds that move from banks to bank. We have organizations that have been mandated by the government to also help in all those collaboration. NIBS help us flag abnormal transactions and also help us identify some of those perpetrators in the system. We also have international bodies that provide us with trainings, provide expertise within the industry, making sure that everyone collaborates to fight the big elephant in the house, cybercrime. So in a nutshell, what I would say is that if you look at the threat landscape, a lot of cyber criminals are collaborating. And for us organizations, it's no more optional for us. We need to collaborate because it's a kind of operational survivor for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Obiora. Okay, to the prof to my immediate left. Prof, I want to look at it from the perspective of the academia and then also being someone in the Association of Cybersecurity Experts in Nigeria. Correct me if I'm wrong. The first panel is talked about awareness. We know the progeny of anything digital transformation or computing start from universities or from the academia. And that's, again, I'll use the word paradox here because the goal is to create something that is useful in society. But then we also see on the flip side, we are also seeing the bad actors taking advantage of that. From your own perspective, how do you think that we can empower the next generations to ensure that as they come out of university, they are fully aware of the threat and can also not only protect themselves, but then also educate others? Because we understand technology is not enough. There is a process, technology, and what people. And people, statistics shows that you have 60 to 65% of people being responsible for a lot of things. Technology is just an enabler or providing that ubiquitous foundation that enable a lot of things. What's your take on that? And
thank you, sir. It's true. And if you need to track and trace it, you will discover that from industry 1, 2, 3, 4, we have always been having disruptions. Each technological advancement will always come with the positive side and then the negative side. But we cannot, because just like they say in this part of the world, That you don't because of headache, chop off the head, cut off the head. You understand? Because I mean, you should rather look for what measure to put in place. Yeah, there are a whole lot of challenges relating to cybersecurity and all of that. And you would discover, even from the educational point of view, discover that a whole lot is being done. Cybersecurity is gaining ground now. A whole lot of universities are coming up with cybersecurity as a program. When you compare cybersecurity as a program with computer science on its own or software engineering, they're not the same. Because a whole lot of things have got to be covered. If you see the curriculum of cybersecurity is more detailed. Sometimes it will be almost like 60% over that of computer science, because there are a whole lot of things to cover. Check the industry landscape, you would discover that CISOs have their hands full. They will tell you stories, even though they are doing a whole lot of interventions. They have so many things. So in the academia, a whole lot is being done to educate students coming in. In some cases, will allow them to sign a kind of a non-disclosure agreement, NDA, so that whatever they learn, they should know that they still have that responsibility, that their name will go for it. For instance, I take ethical hacking and penetration testing as a course. In that one, you have to try, you have to get some tools to use. Even at that, I will tell them hacking is ever illegal. Even as a pen tester, you cannot just because I belong to the same company and the same organization, and so I want to test. Yes, I want to carry out. Yes, you might have a good intention. That's not just enough. It's not enough. You must follow the procedure. You must tell. I mean, there are formal ways of doing it. Get proper approvals and all of that. Tell them where you are covering and what's implication and how you're going to resolve. So we teach them right from the four walls of the classroom before they get out there. So a whole lot is done along that line in the academic. I equally want to say, because of the peculiarities of academic, of course, if not until recently, when the narrative changed a little bit, it used to be financial. That's much more defrauded, and of course we know the reasons. Okay, because they want money. Yes, yeah. After that, it's health and education that will rank higher. So, but because you want to forge, change details and all of that. So for the academic environment, we are doing a whole lot to do that, so that that gap can be bridged, and everybody, will know why it's going into this, what the reason is doing it, and why it should not be the other way around.
All right, thanks a lot, Prof. And again, I'm going to go from the extreme left. So, Prof, tell us, everyone is talking about AI or artificial intelligence and cybersecurity. And I believe at some point there's going to be a blowback, or whether that blowback is negative or positive. And because I'm going to compress two questions, and I'll expect you to use potentially less than 2 minutes to unpack this for us, if you can do that, because we don't have much time on our side. Do you feel, what's your take first on the two items? That's the cybersecurity and AI. And then you also think that we have enough manpower from a human capacity standpoint to potentially address some of this blowback if it's negative from your own perspective, right?
All right. So I think I'll take the last part first, because it's like low-hanging fruit. So yes, today everybody talk about, just like Professor just talked about, training people in penetration testing and everything. The challenge has been, there are no capacity for cybersecurity in Nigeria. I think I disagree. Yeah, it's an uncommon opinion because there are a lot of people today. If you go to LinkedIn in Nigeria today, there's so many people that they are telling you, we have a lot of, we humbly say, incompetence skill, right? Because incompetence in the sense that, it's not just enough to say, I can do cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is a serious business. And for you to be successful and build enough competence in cybersecurity, there are 3 skills, competence that you need. And I call it cognitive competence, right? There's cognitive competence, there is functional competence, and there is a social competence. You have to balance those 3 competence for you to be a good cybersecurity professional. But what you see today is there are extremes. Extremes in the sense that some people will be so good cognitive-wise. Cognitive means they know all the theoretical aspect of cybersecurity and they think they are fine. And then while we have people that functional competence, they're very good practically, but they don't understand some frameworks, theoretical background. And so it's a bit of chicken and egg situation. But my point is, we need to build competence. And then when we build enough competence, we can then start to grow. Because if you look at the session before us, the man mentioned that there are about 600 active hubs across Africa. Each time I see those figures, I laughed. We're prioritizing how to build solutions, but we're not prioritizing cybersecurity. Why can't we integrate cybersecurity training into those hubs so that cybersecurity will be cybersecurity designed by default? But what we are doing today is like you are building a car. Imagine for everybody in the audience today, who among us in this audience today, you say you want to buy a car and they will tell you that this car has no brake. This car has no side mirror. This car, there's no rear mirror. Will you buy it? And that's what we're doing. So that's why when we talk about cybersecurity, competence, and everything, it should be by default, by design into the system. There is no time. So I'll stop on that. Then when we talk about cybersecurity and AI, I'll be honest with you, there's so much hype. My opinion. So because AI is not new, don't let anybody try to, it's always like that. The business people will make so much noise. AI has been in existence for more than 4 decades. Have we seen a lot of things revolutionizing AI? Absolutely, of course, But my message to everyone as you're adopting AI, there is a concept of AI washing. What is AI washing? AI washing is the deception of selling an existing product, because what you see today is AI-powered cybersecurity platform, AI-powered security solution. They are not. So so you have to be careful of AI washing, and you can't be careful of AI washing if you don't understand the basics. Because you need to ask the right questions. And those right questions comes from, do you even understand what are they call it Trinity of AI. The Trinity of AI is number 1, ask them, what model, what algorithm are you using to do what you're doing? You understand? Your data that you're getting, you need to understand the trainable data. If you don't ask those fundamental questions, let me not lie to you, you will find out that you have just acquired a solution that has nothing to do. And it's the same thing with cybersecurity AI solutions. AI will do 2 things. In fact, Wassenal Agreement has established that AI is a dual-use technology. It will be used for good. That means in cybersecurity, it will help us for threat intelligence, for remediation and for positivity. And then also, it will be used for the negativity. It's like a knife. Good women in the kitchen will use knife for what? To slice onions, to cut tomatoes and stuff like that. But God forbid, the same knife too can be used to what? To kill somebody. That would be my
Thanks a lot, Prof. Lola, please, you talked about threats. But I want to ask you, it's not enough we just talked about the problem. there is also the need for us to advocate how we want some of those problems to be solved. In your own perspective or estimate, how do you think we can overcome some of those positions you articulated earlier? Briefly, please. I know, and I know if I give you
All right, thank you. That's a great question. So for me, I'm going to emphasize on awareness, right? Because if people don't understand what's going on, they won't even know how to solve the problem. So these threats will come, they will never stop. Just like Prof said, you know, cybersecurity space is becoming very interesting. And with the advent of AI, it's even becoming more interesting with the good guys and the bad guys. But we need to do more of awareness. We need to speak to the people on the streets. We need to speak to the people, you know, in the organization. And organizations need to start paying attention to people in cybersecurity. There has to be lots of training, retraining, and constantly. You don't just feel, oh, these guys are not money generating domain, so we don't have to invest so much in them. And that's why a lot of people would rather, you see cybersecurity experts moving from one organization to the other, or even moving out of the country because they just feel they're not well trained. And again, when the chips are down, it's always the CISO that gets the what's it called? You know, that gets that gets, you know, affected, or that gets picked up, right? Not even considering that the guy may not have enough experience or may not even have enough knowledge about the domain or what's going on at that moment. And you see, with cybercrime, it happens every millisecond. So as you're thinking of, oh, this is a solution for this particular issue, there's another one coming up. And so I'm going to go quickly to regulators, right? Regulators are not doing enough. And I say that with all humility. So you have likes of CBN, they come to regulate maybe twice in a year, right? That's not even enough. What's the mystery shopping? Do they do mystery shopping around banks? Maybe they say, oh, yes, we do. How many banks have been reported? How many banks have been fined? Now, banks are finding it, you know, they're being conscious of saying, mentioning all the, you know, threats they've had because, again, for brand issue, so they don't lose customers and all of that. Why don't they take that lemon, the threat, and turn it into a lemonade? Why don't they say, look, we've been attacked, but never mind, we have cyber insurance, your money is safe, your data that's been stolen by ransomware, we've been able to manage this and all of that. That would give me as a customer, that would give me more comfort to bank with you as against, oh, we're going to hide it. We're just going to pay that guy in China $25 million so that nobody gets to know about it. Even the regulators doesn't get to know about it. So there's a lot to be done. You know, regulators need to enforce proper enforcement, not just, oh, have you implemented this ISO? Have you done this particular thing? Now we're talking about open banking. It's going to get worse, whether we like it or not. And I did a research and I saw that only 8 to 10 banks have been reported this year so far with cybercrime. And I'm like, who is fooling who? I mean, it happens every day in all the banks. So why are we saying just 8 to 10? You know, what are the regulators doing? Thank you.
Thanks a lot. I know if I leave the floor for you, you're going to say a lot. So Obiora, please, quickly. You've spoken about framework and how you guys are collaborating and also advocating from your own platform, from a CISO standpoint. What do you think? Just two suggestions that the government, particularly Lagos State, can help improve the frameworks. Just two points, two suggestions from you, from the point of the financial sector. And if you want to add the telco, I will be happy to listen to that also.
Okay.
Potentially the audience too.
Okay, thank you. Before I respond, I wanted to chime in into what she mentioned about banks not doing enough. You agree with me that the banking sector is the most regulated sector in the industry in Nigeria. Yeah. The amount of oversight that is within the banking sector is more than any other sector in Nigeria. So banks are doing enough, and banks do not hide incidents. Yeah, they might not share it with the public, but we share it with CBN. There are
frameworks that have been instituted for us to share some of those things. The NG-SAT, I mentioned it, ONSA and NFI with CBN. You understand? We are to report any incident, cybersecurity incident within 24 hours. Then later you can provide updates. So it's banks are really doing enough. You also notice they do a lot of security awareness, both for customers and their internal staff. So banks are really doing enough, but you know, even when they told smokers are liable to die young, you still see people smoking. So most times, security awareness doesn't really mean that there will be no cybercrime. There are people who know some of these things and still do some of
quickly, just tell us some of your ways that you feel we can improve.
Okay, so for regulatory frameworks, I think the government can first of all provide a clear guideline. Yeah, because some of the issues we've had in the past is because people are unsure, especially the SMEs, where they how they have to operate their cybersecurity strategy. So provide a guideline. I think CBN and NIDA had already done a good job with the CBN's risk-based cybersecurity framework. So for Lagos State can also copy some of those guidelines and bring it down for SMEs so that they are able to implement some of those things. We might not look at all those enterprise scale security tools and all those requirements. Create toolkits for organizations, especially upcoming organizations, startups, SMEs, and all that, that we help them align, comply with those frameworks. Because a lot of people look at the regulatory burden of these things, and that's what makes them keep those things aside and focus on making money. But you can make all that money and someone will sit down under a tree in Ogumosho and wipe out all your profits. So if we, aside the framework, if the government can also give them access to some of this training, access to information sharing and all that, it goes a long way. I think NIDA did recently a cybersecurity conference in Abuja. Yeah, this is some of the kind of conference we can do. Bring this organization together, share key cybersecurity best practice for them to implement. Let me add a third one.
Well, two is fine because we don't have much time. Thanks a lot. I think everyone understands that their
Thank you
awareness
very
is pretty
much.
tough.
Yeah.
So thanks, Prof. Briefly, I'm so sorry. I know that we don't have much time, but then quickly, I know everyone is talking, but then I hear a lot of silo from academia at someone sitting on the fringe. What do you think the government can do? And in collaboration with either being telco, SMEs, MSME, or in general, what you call the private sector, to ensure that we have that critical mass that can advance the cost of cybersecurity and make sure the digital platform is safeguarded as far as Nigeria is concerned.
That's okay. Just like the last speaker just said, yes, in the financial world, they are trying their best. Yes, but others can also emulate such, pick it up from there. Instead of just working in silos, we could always collaborate. If financials, for instance, I mean, I do bring up some innovative ideas. For instance, it took us as a nation quite some time before we could arrive at what we call NIN today. NIMSI, yes, did so much work, and then I mean, security is not something you can just rush into. It must go through some period of some phases. You understand? I mean, you try, you check, and all of that. So I'm saying that to say that while waiting for NIMSI to come up with that, banks quickly came up with something BVN to bridge that gap. Yes, I mean, same set of people will go and do some damage with bank A, the one with maybe Colored, go to bank with color blue, go to bank with so a whole lot of things will happen. But quickly they could come up with an idea that let's have a bank verification number, so that if somebody is coming, go to any bank, you see the same number that you have. It's an innovative idea that helped. So other sector can also replicate, such. And in the education, because educational sector, we could also come up with some guidelines that will help bridge the gap. A lot of these, awareness is key. What you don't know, you just don't know. And it's, much more bigger than you, until when it is brought to the knowledge of everyone, that we could get the basic understanding. Otherwise, somebody will just stay somewhere and say, yes, maybe because I take my car to car wash. While washing, they picked the card you gave me at Ictel at 11th edition. The complaint card you gave me, somebody has picked it, and it's calling you, not me. It's calling you that we met at so maybe anomaly, we met, and you fall for it. Social engineering will come in. So, but if we have guidelines in place, those gaps can always be bridged. The guideline will guide people, and then creating the awareness, talking to people at different fora like this, like what we're doing now. I am sure people had come and they've gotten their they've upskilled their knowledge. Attending this this conference. So I believe something like that could always be happening, just like Obiora said. If you can cascade those things down, that is coming down from the federal government, states is taking their own, local government is equally taking theirs, organizing awareness training. I think that will go.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I think much time. I'll probably give. We have potentially 2 minutes. I'm not sure if the audience are itching to ask any questions. So probably we have 2 minutes. If anyone in the audience probably want to ask a question, feel free to raise your hand. The panelists are here. Okay, good. All right. Briefly, please. Sure.
Thank you very much. My name is Sheye Obisheso. I'm the CEO of Bright Rise Consulting. I have seen in practical cases that a lot of fintechs are coming up with solutions and tools that mitigate cybersecurity. But what I've also seen is that a whole lot of hackers, hijackers of data at the airport. So people are actually deliberately targeting organizations. There are some countries that are known for it, for these things. One of them is Russia and a few others. My question is, as we are looking for enhanced solutions for mitigating cyber risk, the people on the other side, the dark world, are also updating their skills and cyberbullying solutions. So in practical times, in here, especially in Nigeria, we are limited by skills, funding, infrastructure, and all that. So how do we mitigate risk? Because it's a big risk and it impacts on profitability, efficiency, and so on.
Thank you very much. I think, Prof, I know you want to take that because you start based on that.
Of course, because you can see the way I'm already doing. So,
but please be mindful of the timing.
Yes, so sir, maybe what I'll first say is that's not totally correct. See, cybersecurity anywhere all over the world, if there are no hackers are not spirits, if there are no vulnerabilities, sir, nobody can break into your system. But the problem is, just like the Bible says, that when the foundation is destroyed from the beginning, especially for small businesses, you understand? Let's even look at your WhatsApp. This is our WhatsApp that is very common that everybody is using for business today. On your phone, it is there, settings. Go and set up two-factor authentication. If I ask anybody, everyone in this call, how many has two-factor authentication set up on their WhatsApp today? It will. Now let's look at the statistics. Let's look at the statistics. So what do you now see? Now, if tomorrow somebody from Russia thinking, wow, Russia are very super. No, they don't have superpower. We give them those superpowers, and that is how it is across board. There is no time. But my point is, if there are no vulnerabilities, hackers cannot break into your system, which is why every business must think about cybersecurity by default, by design. I can talk more.
All right. Sorry. Thanks. I think we have the regulatory body, Dr. Mohammed, online. I probably want to touch base on what the government is doing to ensure they safeguard the borders of Nigeria as far as a digital platform is concerned. So, Dr. Lawan, if you can hear us, please, can you speak so that they can hear you? There's a question that came up, and I believe strongly that you'll be a good advocate in addition to what Prof has said. So, if you can hear us, please,
yeah,
can you speak?
Yeah, thank you so much. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, we can hear
Yeah,
you.
all right, thank you. That's great. On a discussion. My name is Dr. Lawan. I'm the Director of Cybersecurity Department at the National Information Technology Development Agency, NITDA. Yes, as rightly mentioned by Prof, yeah, there are some measures taken by Nigerian government to safeguard our Nigerian digital ecosystem. And one of the things that we do is with the help of the National Cybersecurity Policy and Strategy, NCPS, which provide a framework for securing our digital space, including things like NIS, critical information, critical infrastructure, national critical infrastructure of the country, like transportation system, like medical system, like our power system. And also it has assigned responsibilities to various agencies like NIDA, or agency NIDA, like NCC. There's also a move for the establishment of sectorial SAT. SAT stands for Computer Emergency Response Team. And I think the last speaker has already spoken about the role of financial SAT by CBN. And we have the telecom SAT also handled by NCC. We also have for the police also, I think with the support of the CBN, they established NCCC, which they call National SAT, with the tools and the right training for the staff to handle incident incident coordination and responses, which include monitoring, detecting, protection, as well as reporting. And in the event of attack, we provide a recovery process, faster recovery process. We also conduct like BAPT, so that if there's any vulnerability for any of the MDS or even private sectors, so we provide services for free of charge. We also have our NDPC, Data Protection Commission, where the personal data of the individuals are protected, and there are rules and regulations for all the entities in the country that the last speaker was speaking about our BBN, NIN, and how these things are compromised by some third party or criminals. So we do have all the policies and strategy for protecting our cyberspace. The issue is, as rightly mentioned, I think our program, even though we do a lot of awareness, I think most of the security agencies and institutes in Nigeria do have like an awareness campaign, especially like in October month, we have what we call Cybersecurity Awareness Month, where we do a lot of series of awareness campaign on TV, radio, newspapers, as still, I think there is a lot of things to do when it comes to this awareness campaign program, so that the citizens and people will really know their roles and how they can protect their system and their how effective the tools you have. Most of the challenges are from the users. They give the loopholes for the attacker to attack, usually through like phishing attack. And we always receive these messages, WhatsApp messages, text messages, and email, where these people are using this social engineering means of getting the access to our credentials.
All right, thanks a lot.
All right.
Doc,
Thank you.
sincere apologies. I think we don't have much time. So I think I just want to pick one question from the crowd and then we
Thank you.
can wrap up.
All right, thank you.
Any more questions? Okay, for it. Yeah.
Yes. Good afternoon. Yes, my name is David. I wanted to ask, we have AI and cybersecurity, and I was thinking that how can AI and this cybersecurity collaborate and become a big tool against cyber threats?
Thanks a lot for the question. I think it's a brilliant question. Somebody touch base. Okay, the lady wants to touch it briefly. Please, please. 10, 20 seconds, please.
All right, I promise 20 seconds. I think Prof had talked about that, but I'm just going to elaborate on that a bit, right? As much as we're looking at tools that can collaborate with other tools to help us build a stronger tool, we should also be aware, especially when it comes to cybersecurity space, that the bad boys are using the same tool, you know, to ensure that their attack is stronger. It's a brilliant thing. Yes, AI would help us to, right now it's helping us to look at the abnormalities, right? And quickly pick up that threat or pick up that attack. But then again, the other guys are not sleeping. So as much as we're looking at that, we should also remember at the back of the mind. And finally, there's no 100% cyberspace environment, except anyone's gonna lie to you. It's not 100% safe. So you have to be, you know, I ensure that, you know, you keep checking and you keep ensuring you enforce the necessary things.
Thanks a lot. Unfortunately, we have to draw the curtain here. And thanks a lot for the panelists. It's been a brilliant and a wonderful session. Great work, and thanks. I wish you the very best and ahead of the day. So please, thanks a lot. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you very much. A round of applause, please. We'll ask that the panelists kindly wait behind briefly for the collection of their plaques and recognition. Thank you. Okay, while we get that ready, I would like to kindly ask the honor of Mr. Gabriel Idahosa, FCA President and Chairman of Council of the Chamber, to kindly help with the plaque presentation, sir. Mr. President, sir. Mr. Adewale Obadare. All right, thanks. All right. Together. All right, next is Obiora. Oh, okay, good. It's okay. That's me. Thank you. Very nice. Thank you. Yeah, the only lady. Yes. So, Thank you all very much. Very grateful. A round of applause, please. Thank you very much. We now move on to a flagship part of the program. And we use that word because this is a major highlight year after year of the Ictel Expo. And that speaks to the pitch session. And this pitch session has been one of the core highlights, not just for a few years, but up to 10 years. We have the Ictel partnering with the Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. And the way this is done is we will have select innovators and inventors invited, startups. We have a list of them we'll read out. And they'll come up here to, in a brief time window, share information like a pitch, and we'll have judges that will then be taking decisions on the quality of their presentation and the solution they have in mind. As the pitch goes on for that select time window, we'll thereafter have a question maybe from a member of the audience and a question also from the panel of judges, and then a decision is taken and we round up this part of the program. However, for some introduction, permit me to call on Mrs. Feishayo Alayonde, the Chief Executive Officer of the LSETF. May we have her present? Yes, Mrs. Feishayo Alayonde. A round of applause, please, as she approaches the stage.
All right, fantastic. Good afternoon, everyone. Can we give the panelists earlier on their flowers again? That was very insightful. At some point, I'm like, why are we not clapping for them? It's not easy to be on stage and talk about such a critical topic. So thank you again for all of that. My name is Feishayo Alayonde. I'm the ES for Lagos State Employment Trust Fund. I want to thank Aki for the opportunity, and thank you, SARS, LCCI. A funny story, I'm not sure of his role, but Prince Olashere, I was saying hello to him earlier and I said, sir, do you realize I'm a product of you? Because I went to Olashere, and it just was such a full circle moment for me, being here, working with Lagos State Employment Trust Fund and being part of this with LCCI. So to anyone in the room, you don't know who you're going to meet, please ensure you maximize every opportunity that's given to you, because your past might catch up with your present. Okay, so why are we here today? Again, Akin gave us this opportunity with LCCI, so we're grateful. But honestly, what do we do at LSETF? We basically create opportunities for jobs in Lagos State. We support the tech ecosystem amongst other ecosystems. We work with entrepreneurs. We work with job seekers, but ultimately making sure that we're the conduit between the public and private sector that allows entrepreneurs and job seekers alike to thrive. And we can't do this alone. We always say it. The government has to work with the private sectors and people like you to make sure these opportunities are available and maximized. So today, we've actually worked with some of the businesses that are coming to present today. We're not the ones that get the flowers. They're the ones that get the flowers because they put in the work. But how do we get to this point? I'll give you a brief history. So Lagos Innovates, which is our technology arm, it's one that actually helps to ensure the startup community, or who are also called funders, they get an opportunity to present their ideas to founders or investors. Akin is actually one of our mentors. He's actually served on a couple of our ideation cohorts. Ife, who has got the camera, he's our head of Lagos Innovate. Ife, please, can you wave? You need to wave and take your flowers. So he's somebody that's very instrumental in holding the hands of the entrepreneurs. Don't get me wrong, it's 8 weeks of gruesome work. They actually have 8 weeks to incubate their ideas. We put them in front of potential mentors, potential investors. They get to learn raw skills in terms of financial, legal. How do I protect my idea? We were talking about regulatory framework earlier on. How do I make sure that the problem I'm solving is sustainable? And after the 8-week process, we say to all of the pitchers that please ensure that you're ready for the investors. So we had our last Idea Hub program 2 weeks ago. female founders, all women. Typically, we would have 120 applications, 10% men. For this one, we said we want to target all women, female founders, investors, all women. And we had about 120 something applications. We could only go through with 26. And now we're able to put 5 in front of you to make the decision on what's happening next. For anyone in the room, please know that these opportunities are not easy, but I always say maximize the opportunity given to you. To our startups in the room who are going to present, congrats to you guys again. But please know that it doesn't stop here. Like we said to you 2 weeks ago, whenever this opportunity comes to showcase what you're doing, so you get more access to capital, more access to solutions, we will be there to hold your hand and make sure you maximize this opportunity. Last but not least, my team are in the room. If you have any questions on what LSETF does in terms of providing access to finance, access to infrastructure, access to business support, access to skills development, all of the different accesses to ensure that the entrepreneur is supported and the job seekers in Lagos State, please reach out to myself or my team, and we're always happy to answer more questions. Remember, the government is here to work for the people, and we shall continue to do that by God's grace. Amen. Thank you very much. So I'm going to call on the 6 now. Okay, we're supposed to call the judges first. Oh, Sam, I'm doing your work for you, but okay. I'll call the judges, why not? Please, can we have Prof. Adeni Akoni to come up to the left-hand side where the judges are sat? Please, can we give him a round of applause? Guys, you need to give people their flowers. It's not easy. Thank you, sir. Can we have Mr. Olagoke Orija from CTO Oracle, Nigeria? A judge as well. We also have Mrs. Ifetu Anafulu. I do apologize, ma'am. Galaxy Backbone Limited. Oh, hi, ma'am. Just to the corner here, please. Thank you. And then Engineer Femi Ario, who I met earlier on, CEO, co-founder, Corex Financials Limited. Please give them a round of applause as they go through. Thank you very much. Oh, and there's a fit from Wema Bank, Solomon Ayodele, Head of Innovate and Transformation. If you need to get his details, we need him on our team. Nice to meet you, sir. Okay, please, the moment you've all been waiting for, and I need you guys to really clap for them. This small clap you guys are doing, I need you guys to really clap for them. It's not easy. So the first one on the list is Auto Girl. Please give her a round of applause. Then we have a House of Zimbima. We have Varsity Scape. We have Bamiwe. Please hold on, sir. Give our judges a round of applause. Sorry, Varsity Scape, Bamiwale. So those are the business. Snuggle Ride, Addis Agro, and Pluto's Page. Can we have all of you on stage and then we start your pitches? Thank you very much. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you, ladies. Well done. These are entrepreneurs that have gone through 8 weeks at some point or the other. They've been mentored. They've practiced their pitches so many times. You're coming on stage. You're coming on stage, and they're doing it one by one. Yes, you're coming on stage. Can we give a round of applause? Well done, ladies. Thank you very much. And thank you all for having me. All the best with the next session. Thank you. Thank you.
Pleasure. A round of applause. Thank you very much for handling that straight and sharp. Yes, so are we comfortable with you staying there and just one person on the stage? Okay. Okay, fine. Kindly come up, as she mentioned earlier, please, and take your seat. And as we call on you, you come to the podium to present and work within the time span given. And as we indicated earlier, you present for 5 minutes. You thereafter maybe take a question from the audience, take a question from the panel of judges, and then we go on to the next person. Oh, 3-minute speech. Thank you. So considerate time. So pitch your service in 3 minutes, and then we take a question each briefly, both from the audience and the panel of judges. So we'll be starting with Auto Girl. Please, a round of applause, please.
Okay. Permit me not to use this because it's about 15 slides and it will not cover 3 minutes. Okay. My
My name is Arinze Chinazam. I am the CEO and co-founder of Autogrow. Have you ever visited any African country? In short, let's start from Nigeria. People that visit Nigeria, once they come into the country, they are faced with a common problem as soon as they land into the airport. And number one is that there is not any internet in the airport. And then they also have to figure out a way they will move from the airport to wherever they need to go to. And the options that exist are taxi ride-hailing cabs or taxi cabs as well, and other services that are usually not a one-size-fits-all for people. And Autogirl came in the midst of this, knowing that the current transportation that is provided includes very high carbon emissions, to provide electric vehicles for people to use straight from the airport for as long as they need it. Whether it's 1 hour, it's 2 hours, it's 1 year, it's 1 month. They are able to enjoy the perks of owning a vehicle without the burden of ownership. And when we talk about burden, we talk about things like maintenance, we talk about things like fueling, and we talk about things like tracking and insurance, all covered for them in one fee. Now, Autogirl has been in existence for over 4 years. We have made a revenue, a GMV of over 100,000 US dollars, and we are growing, year on year. Some of these companies that are here right now sponsoring this event has actually worked with us. And the goal is to not just be in Nigeria. The goal is to spread as a strong transportation company right from our motherland, Nigeria, across Africa, and be the pioneer for transportation that is not extremely expensive and is not burdensome, but it's able to provide access to vehicles to people all over Africa. The best time to invest in Autogrow was yesterday, but the next best time is today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'd like to know if we have a question from any member of the audience before we look at the panel of judges. Any question? Can we have someone with the mic, please, to make this fast in case... Any question from the audience? It seems we don't have a question from the audience. It's either you dazed everyone. Let's go to the judges. Can we have a mic, please, for... Maybe I have to donate this. Anybody in sound, can we have an extra mic for the judges? All right.
Thank you very much. I wasn't clear about your ask. You just said you wanted investment. You weren't clear what kind of investment, what do you want to use the money for, or what do you want to use that investment for?
Thank you very much. So for investments, Autogirl is looking at 2 phases. One is you can invest vehicles in Autogirl and make returns on your vehicles because we already have data for the demand that we are able to generate on our platform. And number 2 is investing cash for equity in the company in order to grow with us. Because like we said, we are not just in Nigeria, we are growing across Africa, and we are growing to be the largest Pan-African transportation business in Africa, 7 businesses across Africa.
All right. I got the value proposition, but I'm not clear about your business model. How do you make money? Who are your customers? Who are your primary customers? Yeah, just let us know how you make money and how sustainable it is.
We make a 20% commission for every rental that happens on our platform. That's how we make money. And it's very sustainable because the largest businesses across the world are platform businesses that make money through commissions. There was one last question you asked that I don't remember.
I was asking about your primary customers.
Okay, our primary customers are businesses. Secondary are business owners, professionals, and upwardly mobile millennials.
I'd like to ask about competition.
I'm sure you're aware you're not the only one rendering this kind of service. What unique thing are you bringing to the market, to the table?
Thank you very much for that question. Unlike our competitors, we are currently the car rental transportation business with the largest electric vehicle fleet in Nigeria currently. That is one competitive advantage. The other competitive advantage is our focus in women inclusion in this highly male-dominated industry. So unlike a lot of other car rental companies, we include women in the platform by providing them as drivers or as mechanics. And we also have a woman program that we do to train women for free in driving and mechanic services and interns to there. So those are the two major competitive advantage that we currently have.
Thank you. There is no asset anywhere in the world that does not run some level of risk. What risk will you say you have identified in your own case and your plans to mitigate against such?
I really love that question. I'm a lawyer, so I actually deal with mitigating risks a lot. So the first and major thing is theft by the drivers. And we do this through the car trackers on our platform. Every vehicle has a car tracker in them. So we are able to disable the vehicles remotely, and we are able to know in real time and in history the location of every vehicle at any time. The next is vandalism accidents. Every vehicle is required before you can come on the platform to have comprehensive insurance. Comprehensive insurance covers the risks of vandalism and accidents. So those are the risks available on our platform, and they've all been mitigated through these strategies.
Thank you very much. May we take one more question from the audience before we move on to the next person? Let me come this way.
Thank you for your presentation. All right, so you've talked about investment, right? What's the percentage of equity you're looking for? And what are you going to do with the investment? Thank you.
Okay, so for this round, we are only willing to give 20% equity. And we are going to do two things. Number one is we are going to buy some cars. Yes, I know sometimes VCs don't like hearing that. So VCs are not our main target audience. We're going to buy some cars. And because we have a model that clearly states worst case scenario, how much our vehicles make per month, we are able to guarantee certain payments for that. So that is guaranteed revenue for the business on the cars front. On the second front, we are able to expand our technology. Currently, our technology does not provide on-demand service. And we need higher technical expertise and, of course, a higher technical platform to be able to provide on-demand services. A lot of the cash is also going to be used in deploying this higher technological platform that can provide in real time on-demand services for these vehicles, electric vehicles and IC vehicles as well. Also, we are building a pool access program for businesses, and the investment is also going to be focused on building that pool access program for businesses on our technical platform, and also to empower a B2B sales team to close out all these wonderful businesses you see here and those other businesses across Africa.
Thank you. How much is the 20% is your question?
I would not like to answer that publicly, but we can also speak about that because we are currently raising on SAFE, and we would not want to announce the price of the round publicly.
A round of applause for Otso Girl. Thank you very much. We'll now listen to the rep from House of Zabima.
What if a pair of shoe could clean Lagos, empower women, and still look stunning, all powered by technology? Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Fatima Yusuf, and I'm the creative director of House of Zibima, a sustainability-minded fashion brand that recycles and reuses plastic, fabric, and pre-owned waste into wearable footwear. With the help of technology, we've been able to make innovations like AI-powered digital wardrobe and engraving technology that changes design with just a swipe of your hand. Do you know Nigeria generates 32 million tons of waste per year, making the country among the highest in Africa? Plastic is said to be the most generated waste, but the quantity of fabric waste an average fashion designer generates on a daily basis is enough to produce 10 pairs of footwear. Our target markets are straightforward. Eco-conscious young professionals who are passionate about climate change, and to them, fashion is not just about trends, it's about waste reduction through the products that they wear. To satisfy this group of individuals, we give waste another life by transforming them into wearable footwear. We generate revenue from the sales of our products and also external services like training, where we train African women from ages 15 to 30, helping them generate more income opportunities through referrals, and we get our commission from these referrals. Our major competitors are KSP and Adam Cass, but with us, customers pay less for more. How? Our materials are locally sourced, making products affordable to customers. Our products are multifunctional, meaning if you get a pair of this sandal made from recycled plastic, all you have to do is take out the strap and you would have a slippers. I thought someone was going to clap. Thank you. And if you get a pair of shoe, all you have to do is use your hand to swipe the surface and you would have a different design. Thank you very much. Also, we've been able to build an AI digital wardrobe where customers can actually go on our website. If you're thinking about the next Owambe, what do you wear for this wedding? Just go on our website, ask our AI agent, what can I wear for this wedding? And it will give you a personalized recommendation. But we would need your email address to actually send you wedding messages and also send you our new collection, which you can see and also definitely shop for business owners. Since we started operations in June 2021, we've trained 370 African women with support from our amazing partners, sold 5,250 products to 1,041 customers spread across 8 countries. We've also been able to grow our profit margin from 15% to 55%. This year, we've raised 5 million naira, exceeded our 2024 revenue. And in June, we got a partnership deal to train 250 youths and also to provide 200 pairs of school shoes to schools in September. We're asking for 10 million naira to actually project and also succeed in this project by recruiting more people. I remember when I was learning shoemaking, I was the only female and they told me I could not make it because it's a male-dominated field. And I told myself that I'm not going to do this alone, but I'm going to bring more women with me on board. Please, everyone, join us in helping more African women live their dreams. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We'll let you hold on to the mic and take a question from any member of the audience. Any question? If we don't have from the audience, we'll first go to the judges and then check if anybody in the audience has any question. Okay. Judges, any question for her?
No question.
Oh, interesting. Okay, that attracts a round of applause.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll come back to the audience before we go on to the next person. Is there any question from anyone? Any hand that is humbly raised that I'm not seeing? Okay, in the absence of any, a round of applause again for House of Zibima. We'll now pay attention to Varsity Scape. Round of applause, Varsity Scape.
Hello, everyone. So a few months ago, 2 million Nigerian youth wrote the very popular post-secondary school examination, JAM. Now I need you to guess the number of students our tertiary institutions put together can actually give admissions to every year. 600,000. That means we have an annual deficit of 1.4 million students who don't make it into tertiary institutions every single year. This 1.4 million students have to wait between 1 to 2 years before getting into any tertiary institution. And this leads to an annual loss of $3.9 billion in estimated economic value in Nigeria alone. Now, there have been a rise of online training organizations that are looking to solve this problem, but there is the growing population of youth, and they are swamped with the many tools that they need to deliver these courses. And on the other hand, you have online courses that have very low course completion rates and very low engagement. So people sign up to these courses on Udemy and Coursera and eventually don't complete it. And that's the problem we are solving. We are providing an all-in-one solution to help experts and organizations launch cohort-based programs. So instead of using the multiple tools that they already use, the Google Meets, the Telegram, and whatnot, they can use Vastascape. It's going to cover the courses, the live classes, the chats, events, and so many other things. Now, these organizations will be able to meet their learning and business goals, and these students can gain very future-proof skills before getting into any tertiary institution. Our market continues to grow as the youth population in Africa grows. And our estimation is that 150 million of these Africans can afford to pay $20 to learn online. That's about 3,000 naira every month. And we believe that we can capture 2% of this market, which is around $60 million in the 5,550 academies in the next 3 to 5 years. Our business model is very simple. We collect academic subscriptions of $59 and do a Naira equivalent of 59,000 Naira every month. And we also charge 6% on every transaction. As we also have the enterprise deal, where we help organizations set up their academies from ground up. So we have a strategy actually, and that is the 5,550 strategy. 5,000 very small academies, which are the single instructors. We also have 500 mid academies, which are the accelerators and boot camps, and 50 open universities and universities that we can charge up to 100K by setting up an online academy for them. Okay. All right, so far what we have done is we have 8 mid-size of those academies that are going to train 50,000 students in the next 6 months. We are currently helping them design their courses right now, and this will help us generate $50,000 in revenue. And we are also in talks with 20 other organizations that already have proven distribution models. We also got into the MasterCard Foundation EdTech Fellowship Program, which gives us the ability to actually reach our goals. Okay. Yeah, in the market full of course providers, we are a platform providers for organizations and experts, and we have evidence-backed model, not the typical self-paced courses that don't have high completion rate, but cohort-based courses that help these people actually complete their course and get real-world skills. And my team has 15 plus years of combined experience in EdTech product and sales. And a fun fact is that we created our academy before, and that's why we decided to solve this problem. There were too many tools that we had to use, and so we're providing one tool for anybody that is looking to train online. So our ask is $200,000. We have 100K in grants, and we are going to get to 100,000 new learners, 500 academies. We are going to scale our products. We have gotten a lot of feedback actually in the last 6 months to scale our product using AI. And we're also going to manage our technical marketing costs and get to 50K in monthly recurring revenue. What we are doing is very, very important, right? Africa is estimated to be the global workforce population. And those 1.4 million students that don't get into higher institutions need our platform. So thank you as you join us to shape the future of learning and work in Africa.
Thank you very much. Question from the audience? Any question from a member of the audience? I'm seeking hands. I can't see any, so I'll go, okay.
Yeah, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Ma.
What's your target market? Because I see the cost of your training or your classes per month is about $59, isn't it? And that's quite expensive for a regular Nigerian student as we speak. And have you compared that with the cost of the school fees in a federal university? Is it good? Is it worth coming to your institution, or would I rather wait for the next 1 or 2 years to go to a federal university in Nigeria? Thank you.
All right, thank you for the question. So the students are not the one who paid $59. It's the organization that is creating the courses. Yes, and this would actually help them get the future-proof skills. Now, it's dependent on the organizations to charge for those courses or to make it free. So at the end of the day, the students could get these courses that helps them get future-proof skills with little to no cost. They're not the ones paying the $59. And it's not $59. So we did a Naira equivalent of 59,000 Naira actually. So we are not doing the typical conversion rate. Yes.
Thank you. Any question from the judges, please?
From the model you have described, you've talked about money coming in. You've not talked about the exit strategy for whoever is putting the money down. What do they stand to benefit?
The investors?
Yeah, what's the exit strategy for the investors?
Okay, so we could possibly sell our platform to these bigger organizations, the Coursera and the edTechs and the Udemy's to actually use our platform. Because
why would they buy your platform? They already have a platform.
They already have a platform. Well, I think this gives them entrance into the Nigerian and African market when we show them the results that we have with how people complete these courses and also how the academies on our platform make that much money from setting up using VastiScape. I don't know if that's clear.
Thank you for the presentation. So beautiful, just like the previous ones, those who were presented.
Thank you, sir.
I want to get some clarifications. Our academic environment is regulated.
Yeah.
At the primary school level, at the secondary school level, at the tertiary institutions level. So what certifications or who regulates your own niche that you've carved for yourself?
Okay, so we would actually work with these regulatory bodies because we have seen these academies talk about certifications, right? So we are looking to actually partner with the regulation bodies that any academy that is created on our platform would now get this certification. So we are not the bearers of the certifications. It's these academies that will hold it, but we are looking to partner with the regulatory bodies to help the academies on our platform get the certifications that is needed. Because I know it's very important to have like verified certificate for these academies. So we're already talking about that and looking at on how to get those connections and networks.
All right, so mine is not a question or a comment, and it's layered on two things. There's been a recent trend with edtech shutting down, right? I'm not sure if it's a cultural issue in Nigeria or it's a behavioral thing, right? So I think it's important for you guys to then begin to explore how do you leverage existing system to be able to sell what you have, right? So take, for example, Uber did not need to build their own Google Maps, right? They leverage something existing to scale what they already have. I understand what you're trying to sell, but you guys need to go back to say, how do we leverage existing structure? It could be an institution, it could be with government to partner to be able to scale what you are. But I think it's a fantastic solution. Thank you.
You, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Do we have just a minute? Let me see. Is there any other judge with a comment? It seems there's one more.
Yes. I'm not sure. You probably addressed this already and I missed it out. What's your unique value proposition again? Because it seems your grouse against existing platforms is that whilst they offer affordable courses, 5,000 naira, 10,000, 7,000, on Udemy and the likes, but people don't people, there's no discipline to complete those trainings. So what would you be doing differently to, address that issue and other issues associated with existing platforms? What's your unique value proposition?
Okay, our unique value proposition is the cohort-based learning model that we are following. I know it's like too much of a big word, but that's how universities run. You start a semester and you have your course mates run that semester with you. You go to classes together, you are going through the same curriculum together, but there is an end date, right? So what you see with other platforms like Udemy and Coursera is that there are no end dates and people are less motivated to complete those courses. Another thing is these students now have access to the instructors. With Udemy and Coursera courses, you don't have access to these people to ask your questions. And some people are just lost in the whole learning space. And that's actually a very big issue. Another thing is they also can see how other students are progressing. And there's something about the classmates effect where you see other people taking the same course as you are more motivated to actually complete this course. Now, this is what we are offering to the academies on our platform, that you don't have to set up your course and not have anybody eventually take it. Because you will now be running courses in cohorts. So you can have the July cohort, you would take 30 or 50 students, they will go through your course and graduate, and you'll be able to take another 50 to 100 students again in another cohort. So that's our unique value proposition.
Seems another judge has a comment.
I think you have a very great product, but you need to research your competitors very well.
Okay.
I think Coursera has something like that, and they're doing a lot with Harvard and with some other institutions that have very good names.
Okay.
You also need to explore, like Prof said, you need to explore local content and try to see how you can deliver what you're doing to the 250 million Nigerians, predominantly youths. And if you can convince maybe a Caleb University or some other universities to be on your platform, it's easier to get the funding you're looking for.
All right. Thank you very much for the feedbacks.
A round of applause for VarsityScape. Thank you very much. We'll now be listening to Bami Wale. I hope I pronounced that correctly. And if I didn't, kindly help adjust our pronunciation. Mike understands.
So right after this event, I plan to drag one house agent to the police station. And I'll tell you how I got here. Sometime in 2024, I needed to move houses. And it was a case of dealing with my house rent moving from 850,000 to about 2 million, 2.5 million naira. Okay, now I have the house rent. Now I have to pay at least 5 different house agents to take me to multiple locations just to get what I needed. On one of these fateful days, it was raining heavily, and honestly, the flood almost carried me. And that was enough reason for me to know that that area was a no-go. Now, there was another agent that asked me to pay 100,000 naira to hold an apartment down, and he would give me in 3 weeks. Now, this is like 10 months later, and I do not have the apartment he talked about, and I do not have my 100,000 naira. So you see, we'll end at the police station last. Now, this is the problem we solve at Bamiwale Real Estate Enterprise. Our brand name in Yoruba says we can help you find home. And we are doing more than that with our brand, as we are helping over 130 million Nigerians move from house A to house B. We are sorting the problem that you have to deal with various house agents. We are sorting the problem that you have to deal with talking to another set of people that can actually run away with your money too, which are the artisans. So you are going to need a plumber, a carpenter, a painter, just to move to your new apartments. And then you would also want to probably declutter your household, your old household items, and get affordable ones. All of this is going on, and it is not a good sight. It feels like you are doing too much at the same time. Now, this is the problem this solution that we offer to you as our clients at Bamiwale. We would provide you with flexible and affordable logistics and moving support. And say, for example, in the midst of all of this, you need rent loan support. We're also partnered with a financial provider to provide rent loans to our users. Now, as a startup, in the past 12 months, we have served over 1,200 clients across Lagos. About 3 months ago, we facilitated a 3-bedroom sales in Magodo, and we didn't just stop at that sales. We actually helped the client to also set up a full inverter-powered system for the apartment. And just last month, we also facilitated a 15-year lease for a client in the diaspora who is looking to start a short-let business before December. People start to come in. We have also sold, because we have a declutter marketplace, we have sold about 75 household items, and we've also given out about a dozen to Goodwill. Now we are regulatory compliant as we are certified by the Lagos State Real Estate Regulatory Authority and the Association of Estate Agents in Nigeria. Now the market. When you hear real estate, you hear the big money that goes in there. But we are targeting the services that go on in that ecosystem. Now, when you look at the other options that you have when you want to rent a house in Lagos, the bigger players will actually just list a property for you and leave you to yourself. Then the traditional agents will put any amount that they want to put on it. And then there's also the other people who actually focus on just the sales of apartments and houses. But what we do at Bamiwale is that we offer a 360 rental support system. So you can, yes, get verified properties on our platform. You can also declutter your household items and also find new household items to buy on our platform. You can also get moving support. So verified assistance on our platform. Nobody is running away with your money. You can also access rent loans on our platform. All of this is not just about tech. It's also about tech for the people that we are serving. Now we make money through 5 streams. We collect commission on every declutter item that is sold on our platform. We collect an all-inclusive 20% on property fees, management fees, and with our partnership with loan facilitation provider, we also collect 2% from them. And yes, this problem is not only unique to Lagos residents, so we are going to scale across other cities in Lagos. Other cities in Nigeria, which is Abuja, Port Harcourt, Ibadan, and even more. We're requesting for not just finances to upgrade our current platform. We have a current platform, a website where you can do all of these services, but we are supplementing it with our WhatsApp community. And so what we're planning to do with the funds that we receive is that we want to build and upgrade this technology to go further than just having our current website that is just giving you some features that we offer. So now, when we get these funds, we are going to upgrade to carry all of the services that we render at Bamiwale. And very importantly, because we are a startup playing in a very big industry, we are very particular about taking a large sum of this money into marketing. Now, meet the team. That's me there, living the real life experience of this housing problem. I have Precious that is based in Abuja as our operations manager, and she's the person. And funny story, the interesting thing about Precious is that Precious moved from Lagos to Abuja earlier this month, and she's one Bamiwale client as we helped her seamlessly do that transition. Now you can help us help Nigerians live better and not just only move in Lagos, move across cities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let's take a question from the audience. Let me scan this way to that way before I come back to you.
All right, Bamiwale, thank you once again for that presentation. So I saw a 20% all-inclusive properties fee, and I'm wondering, well, I stand to be corrected. I think agents collect 5%, right? For property, lease, and all of that. Why would I want to pay you 20%? That's one. Of course, you said inclusive, meaning movement and all of that, but I'm still not convinced. And your asking is, I saw $500,000, right? Why would what percentage of your business is the $500,000? Why would I invest $500,000? when I can always get someone else to build this solution, do a better job on this. I mean, this is an excellent job, don't get me wrong, right? And steal your ideas and do something else and charge a little bit lower than what you're charging right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. So to answer your first question, the current reality is that traditional agents charge as much as 20 to 35% as agency fees. Yes. Yes, nobody currently charges 5%. And now they will charge you 35% or 20% as agency fees, charge you 20% as legal, charge you service fee of also 20% too. So what we are doing, making ours all-inclusive, is that your legal, your agency fee, everything is inside that 120%. Now, to answer your second question on our fund quest, so we're very particular about expanding to other cities in Nigeria, right? So yes, you can steal the idea, but you cannot steal the structure, you cannot steal the grit, and you cannot steal the passion. Thank you.
Any question? Thank you very much. Any question from the judges?
Well, I was actually going to query the 500,000 you were asking for. But first of all, let me commend you because you're solving a real problem. Just a couple of weeks ago, the Lagos State government had announced they were actually tackling the issue of fake, real estate agents all over the place. So you're solving a real problem. But as structured right now, I'm not convinced you are competitive. Even though you argue that agents charge 35%, I'm not sure who pays 35%. Nobody pays 35%. The bigger the volume, the lower your rate. So, the lower the charge. So you're not competitive right now, and you probably need to reconsider that. And then again, in requesting for 500K, if you said 50% of that will go into operations, and then you did a 20-30 split again, I'm not sure why you would need so much. Your technology is already set up. At best, if you need to scale, it's just a matter of adding some additional compute resources. Why do you need that much? You need to convince us.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So in all honesty, the bigger picture is what we're looking at Bamiwale. We do not control so much in the current industry, right? So because we're partnering with different people, we're partnering with, like, I will have to come to your house and verify your property. So it is your house. You can make your decisions. We're partnering with logistics people. So you can tell us tomorrow when we call you that we want to move a client, and you can tell us you're not available. So yes, the bigger picture is that we're also looking at the fact that we're going to have to build our own Bamiwale homes to, somewhat reduce how much Lagosians will have to spend to rent homes, and that's bottleneck process that they have to go to. So it would be fantastic to have Bamiwale homes. Let's say, for example, build hostels for students to make renting easier for them. Now, for the transport, for the other parts, for the marketing and the logistics, all of that also comes into this fund. So we are building the fund like concurrently.
Thank you very much.
One more question.
I think you have a great product. I think you're also biting a lot at the same time. It's always good to streamline what you're doing to maybe one or two things so that you can be more effective. Aside from that, I also think that there are some areas that are need areas. Maybe you need to do a research properly. Like most people, most times when they're looking for a house or an apartment, they can't even find one. And that's usually the problem in areas where they want to have the houses. So maybe you need to do a way, I don't know how you're going to do it, to find landlords who will be willing to list their properties on your platform so that the platform is available and then people can just log in and maybe you can find a way to pair property owners with property finders so that you can then have a cut on it. Because if you say you want to take 20%, it must be that you are creating new money and then taking 20% of the money you created. But if you want to take 20% of what they already have, nobody's going to give you 20%.
Yes.
In fact, some people do as low as 2%. If you are doing a property of $1 billion or 800 million in Magodo, you can't ask me for 20%. So, and that's it.
Thank you so very much for this feedback, sir. And to answer the part where you said that, yes, it looks like we're stretching a lot. actually, we took that consideration from the LSETF training that we just went through. We took that into consideration. And for now, we are focusing on the declutter marketplace because the numbers are there and it happens. It's a system that happens every time. So somebody is either looking to get sell an outsold item. So we're very particular about making money from the e-commerce, which is the declutter marketplace. And then when we focus on that and we build our strength in that, then we'll start to move into the other parts of the brand. So thank you very much, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay. A judge still has a comment?
Yes. It's a good one, just like my colleagues have said, and everybody is alluding to that. I want to just advise that you are a new entrant into this market, and so you should be particular about your strategy. I want to give an example. If Dangote wants to enter into this same market today, you can be sure he will apply a different model. And by milking the cow or something might come in. He can afford to just say even 1% because he has something to cover for it. Sugar is doing well, cement is doing well, refinery is doing well. So since you're coming in as a new entrant, adopt a better strategy. Secondly, I teach. I equally want to teach you. There are ways, yes, the concept is fine, Bami Wali, but whilst this was displayed, the pronunciation is not what is displayed. If it's Bami Wali, it should be me, re, me. But this one is do, mi, do, re, ba, mi, wale. So it's strong. So if you're coming to that local context, there's something wrong in it. A bank once came up with Hakuna Matata. That's how we say thank you. Okay. So if you are bringing a concept, so please, let's just get it right. So this one, you might need to adjust, you will need to adjust it. If it's going to be banned, thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, sir. Thank you.
Thanks for the branding advice. Thanks very much. Welcome. So we'll call on Addis.
It looks like the audience have a reaction.
Oh, okay. So let's travel with this mic.
Thank you, sir. My name is Emmanuel Dangana from the Lagos Chamber of Commerce. I'm a lawyer, and it's important that you know that it is illegal for you to collect legal fees. Yeah. Because you are not a lawyer. Okay? It's a criminal offense. And then lawyers are not allowed to go into legal business with non-lawyers. So you may need to tweak your legals, okay?
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Oh, yes, to answer that, we actually do have an in-house legal representation. So that 20%, we're not collecting the legal fee per se, but we're just making it known to our users that conversation that you go to a typical traditional agent and the agent tells you 10% legal, 10%, 20% agency fee, 20% commission, we're scrapping that out. So our in-house legal outsourced personnel is the one who takes his own fee out of that 20%. Logistics take their own fee out of that 20%, and we take our own fee out of it. Yes, sir. Yeah. Okay. Oh, thank you, sir, for that feedback.
Feedback taken, I'm sure.
Thank you.
Very grateful. Thank you very much. And so I think we're done with that. Really appreciate. I think we'll be going on to Addis Agro. Am I pronouncing that well? Okay, please. The podium is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Adane Uche, and I run and manage Addis Agro Processing Limited. So let me paint a picture. So for people, I know we all, some people like food, like me, I like food. So, so you want to, or your sister, your wife, or a woman here, you want to cook. Even some men know how to cook. And you want to cook jollof rice, right? And you put all your ingredients and you reach out to the cupboard and you take a seasoning cube and you put. It smells aromatic, right? Mm. But at Addis, we are trying to solve real issues of food adulteration, unhealthy food practices, and heavily synthetic and adult coloring in food. Oh, okay. And post-harvest losses. Why do I say that? This happens to over, a lot of millions of families. We don't even know what we cook with. And I'm of the opinion that whenever you go to the market or you go to a shelf, you need to actually read the labels of the food you consume, because there's a lot of food adulteration, coloring, and MSG in our food. That is why at Addis, we're trying to solve a real problem of providing families with healthier alternatives. I say alternatives because there are currently other food products in the market, healthier alternatives to what it is in the market with Addis. 100% herb, spices, vegetables, are local food sourced from over 100 farmers in the north, in the east, and the south of Nigeria. So our target audience are health-conscious families, food business services, healthcare professionals, and the export market. We currently have partnership with nutritionists and dietitians. While we are sitting there, we just got an order for a nutrition service business that order products for their customers. Yeah. How do we work? We work by the sales of our products like spices, we have palm oil, we have gluten-free flours, we have vitamin A fortified flour. Why do I stress on vitamin A fortified flours? That's our orange flesh sweet potato. You know that the orange flesh sweet potato that is fortified with vitamin A can actually be used to bake. If you go on our site, you see one of the chefs using this sweet potato flour to actually bake cake. So because it's already sweet, you don't even need to add sugar and all that, because most of our products are heavily saddled with sugar. And if you're any doctor here, you attest to the fact that most food products are either saddled with MSG, heavy sodium, MSG, and sugar. So we are trying to curb that. How long? Like 20 minutes? Oh, okay. So this business was started with just 30,000 naira loan from my brother. And just last year, we did over 36 million naira in turnover, having from 4 products. We presently have 22 product lines, and we have presence both in Nigeria, we have presence in the UK, in US, and Canada. And our unique selling point is that we have 100%. So you know why? Because when you go to shelf, you see the ingredients list, you see some numbers there. And I say, if the ingredient, you say is a spice, spices are supposed to contain our local spices, our herbs, and vegetables. It doesn't need to have any other thing that are not spices. And what else do we have? We recently have been, for the past 3 years, we've been researching for a substitute for bouillon cube. I'm not going to call the brand name, but you can actually have healthier substitute of your bouillon cube that we are trying to launch, and we are going to give the big names a run for their money. Oh, okay. Our ask is 250,000 US dollars. Have last month, we moved from where we currently are into a bigger space. And this is to tell you, I'm a mother and I have PCOS. So I know that there's essence for every mother, every home to adopt a healthier nutrition alternative to what you currently have on your shelf. We want to move into a bigger space, automate all our processes from start to finish. For example, why I brag about what Addis does is that our product, we process from start to finish. That's we bring onions, turmeric, ginger, we process it so we know the process line. When we say that Addis is a wellness boutique, really, we're a wellness boutique. You come, you pick, and you are sure. We have HACCP, we are HACCP certified, we are US certified, we are SUN, we are NAFDAC, and we are going for halal and ISO. So these are our products. These are our star products, the bouillon cube. We understood that children also need to, eat healthy. So we have an instant meal that is for children that has all the 7 classes of food. We have maize, we have sorghum, we have millet, we have soya bean, we have egg powder, and we have green banana. What about that? So our children can have all nutrient-dense products. This is what we are looking at to be in the next 3 years. Have an all in-house supermarket where you only get certified food products. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A question from the audience? Any question? Any question from the audience? Okay, we have one there.
Hello, good afternoon. All right, I'm good by name. So I just want to ask, you said your products are actually safe for users. So I want to ask, are they locally supplied or do they have a supplier for that?
No, I mentioned maybe too fast that we source from local farmers from the northern part of Nigeria, Kaduna, Kano, Taraba, then from the eastern part of Nigeria, Akwa Ibom, Imo State, and Abia State. Yes, they are all locally sourced.
We Nigerians, we are actually used to our normal eating practices of going to the market and buying. So how do you convince us to purchase your products?
Okay.
The challenges you face.
Okay, so part of what we want to do in our website to have for people in tech to be able to have a way you can actually communicate with an in-house dietitian or a nutritionist who also educate you on our product. So sometimes in our back end, we show how we process from start to finish. We bring in the product, we process it. Actually, we want to be able to limit hand handling of this product. So it goes through the machine and everything with food grade certified equipment. Yes, and the labels to also tell you, you see the labels. And NAFDAC, a lot of these certification companies, organizations always ensure that you write all the ingredients because some people are allergic to some certain things. So all the ingredient lists are mentioned there. You're seeing it and you're also seeing the certifications. So one certification is there, the other is the other. So if you don't want to believe one, you can believe two, you can believe three. And some of them are international certifications.
Thank you very much. We might be struggling with time at this point. Can we take just one comment from the judges before we move on to the... Yeah, I think we're about done. Yes, sir?
Thank you very much. I don't think you need 250 million or 350 million naira. Why I don't think so is that you already have your SON certification. What you need is market, and the market is in Nigeria. People eat a lot, and people need to, a lot more people are more health conscious today. Most times when you are asking for these funds, they are not just gifts or giveaways. You need to be able to show the investor what you're doing with that money exactly. And you also need to give away a part of your business for that money. It's not a grant. So when you ask for money, always have that culture too, and that applies to everybody, to say what percentage of your business that represents. It can be pre-money valuation, it can be post-money valuation. And you need to know those numbers. You also need to know how to do your valuation properly. And it's not just that you just put it on ChatGPT and get your valuation. You need to get a professional to do your valuation. You're asking for real money. You are not asking for, this is not a demo just to, there could be somebody in this place that's interested in your business. And if you don't understand these things, you lose your business because it's a world of sharks and they can eat you up if you don't understand the money game. So you need to know what the money is saying before you're asking someone for money. You have done 30,000 to 36 million. That multiplier is crazy. And you want to ask for 350 million and they take away your business. You have a potential IP there. You need to take that IP very seriously. It can change your business. It can change the face of Nigeria. Don't come and ask for money when you don't need money. You need market, and you have the market in Nigeria. You don't even need to do tech that way. You can talk to somebody in this place and they'll do your tech for you and get a 10% stake in your business. You won't lose your business that way. And that business is going to be on wheels. So you don't need money. What you need is market. Market is here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. the amount that we put there was actually audited. We have audited account from 2019 up to date. So we actually know what we want to do. But thanks to LSCTF and this program, just last week, we were able to get a 5,000 credit grant from AWS, Amazon Web Services, to actually help us in our back end and streamline all our operations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And just before we call on Pluto's page, the model we've been running basically is give a few minutes to the pitchers, listen to the audience, listen to also questions from the judges. It's important to mention to you, we need to build anticipation for what comes next shortly. So we'll be enjoying a product demo from Samsung. We have their head of products here. And you most probably enjoyed their session yesterday. You are sure to enjoy this and other sets of goodies that come along with the package. So let's go on to the last, that is Pluto's page. Kindly take the podium. A round of applause, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Olakweju. I'm the founder of Pluto Space Limited. Have you ever wondered why small and medium businesses fail within the first 5 years, and why someone like Iya Sikira in Ushodi Market has refused to expand her business, and out of 100 market women, only 10 market women have access to structured finance like loans from bank? Now, there are different reasons. The first reason is external and internal. The external reason is because the external issue is regulations and policy, which they don't have power over. Then the internal issues are things that they can actually control or work around, but some of them they lack the skills to go about it, and that is lack of record keeping. So what we are solving at Pluto Space Limited is to ensure that businesses, small and medium businesses, are able to keep accurate financial records for them to make decisions. The reason why small businesses lack record keeping is because they are so busy with their daily operations, and this lack of record keeping creates barriers to trusted and timely audited accounts for them to access funding and also to make decisions. Our solutions is to help businesses, irrespective of their sizes, to keep records on a daily basis for them to make decisions. And we are doing this by offering our products, one by PepCode, an agent-led bookkeeping record system. We have agents in different markets. For instance, we have agents in market like My12 and Oshodi and Sabo Market in Ikorodu, that helps businesses keep record of their daily activities and gives them reports on a weekly basis for them to make decisions. And for those that are that are learned, we have two-layer system where our bookkeepers help them with their records. So they keep track of smaller records while we help them do the detailed record keeping on a daily basis. And the market is so big that we're looking at the serviceable obtainable market that is worth over $7.7 billion. So our target markets are the market women and also small businesses and startups and freelancers. And the reason for this market is because these are products. This is product market because there's high volume of daily transactions and limited access to formal bookkeeping tools. Then a need for financial organization to improve business decisions and a growing willingness to adopt digital solutions as smartphone penetration increases. Now, our business model, we have the subscription model, 5,000 Naira monthly. And we also have our platform where businesses get their audited accounts in 7 days. We have certified auditors on that platform, and we get subscription from this as well, and value-added services. Then I talk about our traction. Currently, we have over 1,000 users on our platform in different markets, and also freelancers and startups. Then we've been able to record over 87 million Naira transactions, and we have certified auditors on our platform as well. We've created impact. We've been able to help market women make decisions of their numbers and for them to be able to have access to structured finances, for instance, to get bank loans and for them to even register their business and for them to have a plan for their children inheriting their business. Then the next thing that we have created is that we have been able to create jobs for agents in different markets to help them keep track of their records. So our projection is that in the next few years, we are looking at hitting $1 million projection across our platforms, and our ask is $300,000 safe investments. And what we want to use this money for is to ensure that we go to different markets and also to get more users from our currency, to get more users from freelancers and also startups. Then what we're going to use the money for is, for instance, for the markets, we have 3 markets. We're active in different 3 markets, Oshodi and Maitov and the Masab market. So we have various markets in Lagos and also in the north and also in the east as well. Then, so we're also looking at operations, grow our operations as we want to onboard more agents across this market. So we're requesting for this fund for us to grow other businesses so that businesses can actually survive. Thank you very much.
In the interest of time, we'll not be taking questions right now. You may take your seats. Thank you very much. I think the judges have sufficient information to take a decision. So at this point, we'll be calling on Mr. Stephen Okwara. While the judges are collating the results, we'll be paying attention. Mr. Stephen Okwara is the head of products for Samsung and will be enjoying his product demo as we indicated earlier. Mr. Okwara, please.
Yeah. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Okay, my name is Stephen from Samsung Electronics, West Africa. I'm the head of product. So whenever I see Samsung product there, especially the mobile devices, you know, that's the brain behind most of the technological innovations is the man standing here. So the next couple of minutes, thank you. In the next couple of minutes, I would like to have a brief product introduction. I wouldn't call this a proper product demo because in a typical setting, we would not be able to exhaust all the features of our products. I mean, in product Samsung lineup, we have over 1,000, more than 1,000 different products from consumer electronics to mobile. All right, so I'm just going to limit it to just one product, and the product we launched this year. Just 2 weeks ago, the new Samsung Fold series, the Fold 7, the Flip 7 and the Flip 7 FE. You would agree with me that when it comes to technological innovations, Samsung is one of those companies or one of those brands at the apex of affairs. Over the years, we've introduced groundbreaking technology that literally changed the way we use our smartphones, the way we interact with people. And of course, all of these have been carefully designed to enhance our productivity and of course, help us work more efficiently in a highly competitive and fast-paced environment like ours. There are some features I would like to talk about here. I mean, when you talk about the product we just launched a few weeks ago, and one of it is the advancements in the AI technology. Today, we are in the AI era. There's literally anywhere you go to today that I don't get to hear about AI, artificial intelligence. And before now, when you talk about AI, somebody would think that you're speaking, you need to have some complex knowledge to navigate the AI space. When you talk about AI, you probably think you need to have a special training. But with our technological advancement, we've been able to actually put this advanced technology right on the palms of our numerous consumers or customers, as the case may be. Like I said, some of the things that are some of the key features I would like to talk about, first of all, is the AI enhancement. In 2019 precisely, we introduced the first foldable device, the Samsung Galaxy Fold 1. And then a technology, because of the complexities in developing a bendable screen and all of that, a whole lot of OEMs didn't go into that field. But Samsung, being who we are, we ventured into the bendable space. And a couple of years later, we've perfected that technology. Last year, we introduced the first full-fledged artificial intelligence foldable smartphone. in the Samsung Galaxy Fold 6 series. And this year, we've actually enhanced the features. Some of the features that came with the Fold 6 were the circle to search, a technology that allows you to, by just making a simple gesture on your screen, you can actually retrieve any kind of information that you want on the go, regardless of anything. For instance, I see somebody putting on a shoe, and I love the shoe. If I'm the shy type, I probably wouldn't want to walk up to the person. I can just take a picture of the phone, draw a circle on my screen, and my phone will retrieve all the information that I need about the phone, the cost, the nearest place where I can purchase the product, and every single detail. And it will even go ahead to tell me what to look out for to avoid buying a fake product. That is what I have here. And I think I should demo that. Should I? Huh? Okay, I would like somebody to permit me. Am I allowed to walk around? Can I? Okay, let me just do this, please. Can I, let me see what I can use. I like a wristwatch, sir. Mike, can I? Am I permitted? Thank you very much. So the feature that I want to talk about here is the circle to search. Now, with the circle to search, using my phone, I can literally get any kind of information I want about this man's phone. So imagine if I'm the shy type and I don't want to walk up to him naturally. Sitting where I am, I can just snap and then make a simple gesture on my phone. And voila, I get to see every single detail, everything I need about this smartphone right in my palm. The amount of the phone, or the amount of the wristwatch, whoa, it's quite expensive. And it will further tell me, it will further advise me to look out, things to look out for to avoid buying the inferior. These are some of the advancements here. If I'm listening, for instance, if a movie, maybe a song is playing in the background and I don't know the artist, typically I want to download applications like the Sajam and the likes of them. With a circle to search, I don't necessarily need to do that. All I need to do is just draw a circle on my screen, click on my music search, right on my smartphone, and it will retrieve every single information about the artist, the song, the lyrics of the song, everything right here on my smartphone. Okay, that is one. One of the biggest challenges in human relationship is communication, all right? Language barrier, as the case may be. I travel a whole lot. And prior to now, I've had horrible experiences, right? When it comes to interaction. Most times when I travel, especially the Francophone countries, when I travel and I most likely need to hire an interpreter, especially when I want to close businesses or close deals. And it's usually very difficult. I know one thing with human beings, they dare to interpret the way they think. And in the process of interpreting, the information might get diluted or whatever thing, and you see you're struggling, going back and forth. What if I told you that on my smartphone, with this smartphone that I have, I don't necessarily need an interpreter? Why? Because we have right here an interpreter by default in your smartphone. So what I need to do is, depending on the language, currently the product supports 49 different languages. We are working on integrating the 3 frequently spoken languages in Nigeria, Hausa, Yoruba, and Igbo right here. Currently, we have them in text, so you can actually have a conversation with someone in 3 frequently spoken Nigerian languages. But if you want to take it, maybe you want to interact with somebody who speaks Spanish, you can actually do that. Your device can literally stand in the gap. Anything I say, automatically the person gets to receive it in English, in the language he or she understands. And when he or she replies, I get to receive it in English that I understand in real time. And that is just if I'm sitting physically with the person. If I want to take it a bit further, I can, right here in the comfort of Oriental Hotel, I can call a business partner in China who probably does not speak English language, and I will have in real time, not maybe translating the language later on, in real time, I can have a hitch-free conversation with this Chinese person. And how does it work? It's simple. Real-time language translation. I'll just dial a number. Hello. anything I say in English, in real time, the other party, the recipient, actually receives it in Chinese language. And when he replies me, I receive it. Who speaks French here or any unknown language? Anybody? Let's give it a shot. If you speak French language here, please, I want us to demo this because, like I said, this is not typically a demo session because these are things that are, oh, you speak French. Oh, beautiful. Thank you. So you have your phone with you. Okay, could you give me your number, please? Thank you. 00-388-55-913. All right, so I'm going to demo this. So I'm going to click on my live translate, as you can see, in real time. Yeah. Hello, can you hear me? What language can you hear? In real time, actually. Anything I say in English, in French language.
En temps réel, en fait, tout ce que je dis en anglais, elle résiste à ce qu'elle puisse le recevoir en français. Je le fais simplement avant de toute façon. Bonjour.
In English language, it interprets, and then
donc tout ce que je vois en anglais.
So what it's saying here that I should respond to him, that they will translate to him in French.
In real time. A round of applause, please. So, you see, this is something we've done to bridge the communication gap, which is one of the biggest problems in human relationship. All right. And like I said, information is power. Without information, you are literally deformed, especially in a fast-paced environment like ours. And because of that, we keep enhancing our technology to ensure that you don't get to miss out on anything, especially when it comes to the tech space. This is a tech setting. And you know, technology gets to improve in the speed of light. Every 24 hours, something new automatically comes up. So if you're not upgrading your skills, if you're not upgrading yourself, definitely you'll be left out. And because of that, we've literally tried to enhance something, a product that has literally become our lifestyle, which is our mobile phone, in such a way that you can retrieve information without necessarily stressing much. And the part of it is to have this multimodal kind of conversation with your mobile phone. You can actually interact with your phone without touching it. All right? I'm going to demo this, and I'm going to retrieve any information that I want right here. And if anybody is sitting here, I can actually demo it. Just ask the phone your name. The phone will tell me about you, everything I need to know about you. It sounds like magic, but I'm going to demo it so you get to see. Hello, my friend. How are you?
Hello there. How's your day going so far?
Well, I'm having fun. How are you?
That's wonderful. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. I'm always ready to help and learn new things. What can I do for you today?
All right. What's the weather situation in Lagos, Nigeria today?
Okay, I can't look up the weather yet when we are live. For now, try checking your weather app or searching online.
Okay, so can you tell me precisely what the weather condition looks like to know if it's a perfect time to walk out or not?
Okay, I can't look up the weather yet when we are live. For now, try checking your weather app or searching online.
So literally, the information I'm trying to retrieve here in real time is to let the device literally tell me what the weather situation looks like in Lagos, Nigeria, and then advise me whether or not to walk out. So I can proceed to ask my phone, is it a good time to walk out right now? Hold on. All right. Is it a good time to walk out right now in Lagos, Nigeria?
Well, it's about 28 degrees Celsius in Lagos right now, but it feels like 31. The humidity is pretty high at 75%, so it might feel a bit sticky. There's a slight chance of rain, but mostly it's cloudy. So if you don't mind a little humidity, it could be okay for a workout. Just make sure to stay hydrated.
This is actually done in real time. And if I want to ask about someone, popular person, who is the president of Nigeria, in real time, my product can actually tell me that on the go. And then if I want to execute a complex task, I can tell my device, kindly locate the closest restaurant around me and send the address to a WhatsApp contact on my phone. And my phone will automatically do that for me without myself touching the phone. Another feature that we introduced on this smartphone is what we call the note assist. You would agree with me that especially in this part of the world, our meetings can be very chaotic. I mean, we can have an agenda and then we deviate from the agenda and then we'll come back later on. The note assist helps you stay in check. So what it does basically is the moment you activate the note assist on your smartphone, it picks up all the conversations following the agenda that you actually outlined at the beginning of the conversation. It picks it out and everything that has to do with that agenda, it captures it. The others, it automatically wipes it off. And then at the end of the day, it sums up the meeting. It gives you the summary of the entire meeting and then send it to whoever you've preset on your smartphone without you necessarily having to do that physically. These are some of the enhancements or some of the things that we've actually done on this smartphone. There are a whole lot of other features, all right? And all of these were carefully designed to enhance our productivity. The Fold 7 is the new product we launched this year. I mean, you can see all these AI enhancements, all these features, everything has actually just been encased in a product that is just 4.2 millimeter thin. As you can see, this is the product here. Extremely slim. I can put it in my pocket without having to feel the weight at all. I can move it around wherever I want to. And I mean, who wouldn't want to identify him or herself with a product this beautiful? All right. There are a whole lot, like I said, there are a whole lot of other features and functionalities that probably time wouldn't permit me. But if you want additional information, if you want more details about this product, the pricing, where you can get it, and all the benefit that equally comes with it, I'm still around. And of course, some of my colleagues are around that you can also walk up to and have this conversation or interaction with. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Once again, let's put our hands together for Samsung and the representative, Mr. Stephen Okwara, right? Thank you. So I know we've been waiting for this session so long, so as much as I will not keep you waiting anymore, I need to give us the result as it is. And I believe, we all believe our judges that they've done us well, and we believe their judgment. Am I correct? Are we together? And you know, we are not at the Supreme Court where we doubt our justices and all that we doubt. So we believe the good work that these judges have done. So permit me to say that just before I mention how they did, they all did beautifully well. Please, once again, let's put our hands together for them. You know, when you have a vice president at the chamber calling your attention to something, that's to tell you that it's very important. Just to say that the 6 of them did beautifully well. And I like also, once again, please, let's clap for them. I know we are all waiting for who is going to be first, second, third, fourth, and all of that. So permit me to begin by saying that all the 6 of them, we have or have already secured the free Oracle training for 1 year and certification. Please, let's clap for them so well. Yes, Oracle Academy, like I said, and certification free of charge. And so I begin from the first, from bottom, or from the bottom. Permit me to express myself that way. So that's to tell you that you did well, and that is where your score can carry you at this point. To also say that for the first prize, we'll have the Samsung gift. We will have it presented here, I'm told, right here today, right? The second person we get SCCI 3-month free training plus the Oracle Academy and certification. That's about first and second. So we have for the 6th position, Plato's page. Am I correct? Put your hands together for him, for her or him. I can't see. Please stand up. Let me see you. Let's put your hands together for her, please. You have the free training from Oracle for the next 1 year academic and certification. I believe that will do a long way for your organization. Thank you so much. Next is the Varsity Scape. Put your hands together for Varsity Scape. Please stand up. Let's see you. Let's put our hands together for us so well. The Oracle training is yours on that level. Also, we have AutoGirl. Let's put our hands together for AutoGirl. Thank you. Thank you so much. That is also for you. We have also Bamiwale. Am I correct? Let's put our hands together for Bamiwale also. Also, Oracle academic training, free of charge, as well as certification that is also added. All right? I've not mentioned 2 names, right? I know your heart will be skipping now. So which one will he call me for? Oh, are you sitting together there? All right. Yes, my vice president said we should have the last 2 stand. And I know I'm going to drive at something. So 2 of you will hug yourself when the time comes. Please move a bit out. All right. So where do you want me to begin? Don't forget that you have the Oracle academy training also. So it's an addition to what you are getting as you are standing right now. All right. For the second position today, and the second position goes with the 3-month SCCI best training, which will, my president talked about our innovation hub at Ikeja that was launched June 30th. So I believe when you get there, if you have not been there, you will be happy that this training is happening right there. ADY's Agro, put your hands together for ADY's Agro for the second position. For the first position today, for the first position today, I know if I don't say this, you will you say me. For the second position, for the first position today, Zimba, am I correct? Zimbia will have the Samsung Fold Z as well as the Oracle academic training being the first on this pitch today. Put your hands together for her. So just before you step out, I'd like to call on the Samsung representative just to mention that just before he comes up, that we must appreciate that Samsung is part of this. We do not take it for granted. Your support, particularly for this event, is noted, and I believe you will reap the in order fold all that you are putting in terms of support, sponsorship for today. That same goes for Oracle Academy at the same time best. Please, let's make welcome Mr. Stephen Opara as he makes this presentation to the first person today. Yeah, please, paparazzi, do you have your photographer here? Yeah, this is to be documented, yes. Just to confirm that the product is.
Yes, it's still. So, on behalf of Samsung Electronics Nigeria, I want to present this gift to our #1 contestant. Congratulations. And this product is this phone that I just introduced. Absolutely. The Fold 7. Congratulations. Congratulations, yes.
Thank you so much, Samsung. I believe we will need like 3 or 4 bouncers today to follow you, right? To make the presentation for the second person today, please step out. We'd like to have the chairperson of BEST. I'm told she's around. Is she with us here? Please, can somebody help me get the chairperson of BEST? She needs to make this presentation on behalf of the board of BEST. Please, I saw her PA the other time. Is she there, Esther? Can somebody help me get Princess Layo Bakarokewo, please? Please. Yes, I saw her PA. She's running there. Yes, please be fast. While that is going on, while we expect Princess Layo Bakare to join us, I'd like to say that Mr. Victor Gbenga Folabi, I'm told she's in. Is around. The MDCO, Eco Innovation Hub, will be talking to us thereafter. So that's to prepare our brother Victor while we wait for Princess. Yes, I have a form here, which is the cost of doing business index questionnaire. It is powered by the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry. Our officials will go around with a copy for you, please. It takes you like, for some of us that have fast writers, maybe like 10 seconds to just fill out and return it back to whoever has given it. Madara and your team, please, can you get to work as you give out the form to them? Madara and your team, please, let's get out to give the forms out as people will feel, yes. Yes, Princess Layo Bakare Okewo, she's on her way. A woman like a man, very agile. She's a very strong voice in the manufacturing sector in Nigeria. You can't do without her. Join your hands together for my princess, a vice president here at SCCI and chairman of BEST, chairperson of BEST board, as she officially have an handshake, which is a sign of the fact that this training, 3-month training for the second person today. Princess.
Thank you very much. I stand on all existing protocol. Mr. President, thank you very much. Deputy President, we are grateful on behalf of BEST. We gave you the gift with all our hearts. Thank you. Oh, sorry. Photograph.
Thank you so much, Princess. Thank you. Thank you. I know you were not pre-informed. I know. Thank you, man. Yes, I'm told that I need to make a tweet of the former previous announcement I made about having Mr. Victor Gbenga Folabi, MDC of Eco Innovation Hub. Please join your hands together as we speak with us now for the next 7 minutes. Sustainable innovation, technology for people, planet, and progress. Join your hands together for Dr. Ife Kojo, Country Manager, HP. Put your hands together for Mr. Ife Kojo.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for giving us the time to speak. We're an hour late. Hope we're expecting to speak at 2:30, but it is what it is. So my name is not Dr. Ifi Kojo. Dr. Ifi Kojo is the country manager for Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, an organization I represent as well. My name is Nemeka Onwuka, and yes, this was me before I started selling. Before the numbers pressure started hitting. I have white hairs now, so I'm a bit older, so don't pay attention to that. I'm an enterprise account manager within the business. So when I'm not pitching solutions to my customers, enterprise solutions, I am playing with my daughter, who has inspired me largely to come and speak today. So again, apologies, Dr. Ifi couldn't be here. She's indisposed at the moment, so I've been asked to represent her and speak on her behalf. So before I proceed, I would like to say something that she would have said. She would have commended all the ladies that came up to represent their businesses, to pitch their businesses to us. I'm sure she would have mentioned that each and every one of them have chosen to address a business need that is very, very important. So on behalf of the country manager for Hewlett-Packard, I want to say congratulations to all the champions, because in our eyes, they are all champions. They have addressed serious critical business needs. So I will be talking on technology for people, planet, and progress. So it's a different challenge compared to what the other speakers have spoken about. Here we are faced with a global challenge. This is a pictorial representation of what our home looks like, right? On the right, you can see a beautiful level of connection across the globe. People are connected in one way or the other, accelerated by technology. But there's a question, at what cost? What are the trade-offs? As we are interconnected, how does technology impact the environment? Without wasting too much time, I'll go straight to the point. Allow me to read something that I took time to put down, right? Please. And it's a message from our team. In an age where we can design machines that outthink us and systems that reshape the world in seconds, I ask you, will history remember us for the brilliance of our innovations, or for the blindness of building a smarter world that forgot to sustain the one we live in? Because true innovation isn't just about disruption. It's about direction. It's about asking, not just can we, but should we, and more importantly, who and what will this innovation serve in the long run? As leaders in the forefront of technology, the choices we make today will echo across generations. We hold in our hands the tools to heal or to harm, to elevate humanity, or to automate its erosion. This is not just a business challenge, it is a moral one. We are witnessing breakthroughs in artificial intelligence, biotechnology, clean energy, and advanced materials. Innovations that hold immense promise, but at what cost? And for whose benefit? AI systems that optimize supply chains can also amplify inequalities if not designed with fairness in mind. Data centers that power our digital age are consuming more energy than some nations. Fast fashion, driven by predictive algorithms, is accelerating environmental degradation, not slowing it. So this is a little statistic about the amount of waste that technology is generating. I mean, it might look insignificant. We're looking at about 2 to 3% of global e-waste. But given time, what amount of impact will technology be contributing to the degradation of our environment? Okay, so can we keep innovating without compromising the future of our planet? At HPE, we say yes. We believe sustainability isn't a department, it's a design principle. It is how we code, how we scale, and how we lead. So at HPE, we design with purpose in mind. So for us to build the next big thing, we ask, who will it serve? Will it protect the planet and still drive progress? At HP, again, we believe that real innovation isn't just smart, it is sustainable. I would like to talk about what HP is doing today to ensure that it's supporting the sustainable innovation initiative. At HP Enterprise, we build with the environment in mind. We consider a lot of things like, for example, what we are doing with one of our leading partners, Nestle Nigeria Limited. They are buying some of our latest technology, which is cleaner, which consumes less energy, and which is leaving very little digital footprint, which is at the heart of what we are talking about. The more digital footprint, the more emissions that we are releasing into the atmosphere. So at HPE, we are also collaborating with you, our partners and our vendors, to help you to design your data center infrastructure, help you to make better decisions on how to use legacy infrastructure, and also how to subscribe to our as-a-service models. So with this way, we are not just letting you guys stack up technology estates. What we are encouraging you guys to do is to subscribe to our Green Lake initiative, where you can leverage on our as-a-service models, okay? So at the heart of our sustainable innovation, we have collaboration with partnerships, collaboration and partnerships, economic viability, social impact, and environmental responsibility. So what role do we play? I think I've spoken on that a bit. So this is a message from our CEO, and at HPE, we view our business and ESG strategies as inextricably linked. Our transition to as a service company goes hand in hand with our sustainability agenda. So there's what we call a net zero initiative. As at HP Enterprise, we are pursuing by 2040, we hope to become one of the net zero companies, 100% carbon emission at zero. Okay, so at 2040, we are looking to become one of the net zero leading companies in the world, which means that we are pursuing an initiative whereby 2040, we do not have any carbon emissions emanating from some of our infrastructure. So let me quickly, I've been pressed for time. Let me quickly leave with this note, right? It says, at HPE, we're not just envisioning a sustainable future, we're actively building it with those committed to lead with purpose. So please come and shake hands with progress. Let's redefine success, not just by performance, but by the positive impact we leave behind. The future doesn't wait. It belongs to those who innovate responsibly. So thank you very much for your time, and look forward to collaborating with you.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate that presentation. I'm awaiting if my colleagues have the plaque for HP. Okay, the Vice President has a comment.
I'm so sorry. Can we do something unorthodox before HP comes on? And thank you so much. Oh yeah. Can we get the plaque for HP? If you don't mind, we'll call you back up. So, I was saying, can we do something unorthodox for a few minutes before the next speaker comes on? We have a young gentleman who came all this way, and he made something really interesting, and we'll just spend 5 minutes to give this young boy his chance at the stage. And yes, thank you. Come on up. Welcome, Ayodele Daniel. Clap a round of applause for the young man. And this is solo. He did this by himself, came all the way by himself with his family. And go to the center, go to the center. So, Ayodele, you're going to tell the audience about this and what it is, and over to you, Ayodele.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ayodele Daniel. Stand on the existing protocol. My name is Ayodele Daniel, and an alumni of Christ Apostolic Grammar School, Remo. I made this project after the training program that took place, ICT training program that took place at Abeokuta that lasted for 4 days, and an online training program that took place with one of my mentors, and his name is Mr. Khalid. So he took us through trainings online during the long vacation holiday. Then he told us to make any project of our choice. Then I came up with an idea to build a prototype ATM that detects card. So,
Want to show us?
yes.
Let me hold the mic.
Let me go. The instrument I used to be making this ATM, I use carton, cardboard, plywood, Raspberry Pi, jumper wires, RGB LED, and sellotape, and some wires with batteries. So let me check. Let me show how it works. This is the let's say this is the circuit, the connector.
Free your hands so you have both hands.
Yeah, I've connected the power. So then it shows. I will go using my Wema Bank card. And I place my money. Then first I will go in pressing the amount I want to withdraw. And thank you. Okay, I will explain how the system works. Now, I've not really made this, let's say, not really advanced because I'm still a learner. So, what is holding this thing down is let's say lack of instruments. I do not have instruments that I will use. The least instrument I used was from the training program that I got from Abeokuta that lasted for 4 days. So that's the instrument I decided to use. I do not have instrument to make it this way. That's why the money came out in twos. So which is supposed to come at one. So thank you.
A round of applause. Thank you very much. You're very much welcome. Thank you very, very much. At this point, we'll call on Mr. Babajide Alaka. He's the chief storyteller at Precise Financial Systems Limited. He represents Dr. Yemi Okiremi, the GMD of Precise Financial Systems. Okay, just before we call on Mr. Babajide Alaka, we'll have the HP person back on stage to, his plaque is ready. The gentleman from HP. Oh, he'll be coming back. Okay, so he's not here at present. So let's just make the best use of the time. Let's call on Mr. Babajide Alaka to present his part. Please, you're welcome, sir. Okay. Okay, fine. We'll call on the president and chairman of council, please, sir, to present to HP. Thank you very much. A round of applause again. Well, at this point, call on Mr. Babajide Alaka, Chief Storyteller at Precise Financial Systems Limited. You're welcome. A round of applause, please.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay. Good afternoon once again. I'm standing on all protocols. I'm Babajide Alaka, representing my boss, MD of Precise Financial Systems, Dr. Yeli Okeremi. This paper is about leveraging technology for innovation and development in Africa. Like we've seen since the morning, everyone here has a form of technology or the other with them. There's a phone in everybody's hand, in almost everybody's hand in the world right now. But when you say technology, when you say innovation, when you say development, sometimes we do have to unpack these words separately to understand their unique meanings. Africa also has its own meaning. So let me just, these are the words of my boss. So if you have any questions, you have to direct him to him. Leverage is how we turn what we have into what we need. In business, it is using partnerships to scale. In technology, it is deploying AI, machine learning, and every other thing to replace hours of manual work. In Africa, leverage will be harnessing our youth, creativity, and abundant resources to compete on the global stage. Leverage is making every effort count more. What is technology? Technology is beyond gadgets. Technology is not devices, it's a mindset shift. The pen that you are holding is it is a technology because it replaced carving on stone. The mobile phone is technology. It replaced waiting weeks and months for letters. Today, blockchain and AI promises to replace distrust and inefficiency. But the question is, are we using today's tools or clinging to yesterday's methods? Innovation. Innovation is connecting dots differently. Like people would say, we do not have to reimagine what the wheel would look like, but we have different kinds of wheels. Innovation doesn't always mean inventing something new. It means seeing what already exists and connecting the dots differently. M-Pesa didn't create money, it reimagined banking. Solar power isn't new, but bringing it to rural Africa, that will be innovation. Africa doesn't need to copy Silicon Valley. We need to build African solutions for African problems. So what is development? It's progress with purpose. Development is not just growth. It is not simply building roads. It is building economies around those roads. It is not merely creating jobs. It is creating and nurturing industries that will last for generations. True development leaves no one behind. It bridges the digital divide. It empowers women, children, and even the physically challenged. It ensures that technology serves people, not just profits. So how do we leverage technology for innovation and development in Africa? So at this point, I would give a personal example. Dr. Okeremi started a company, Precise Financial Systems, in 1994 with his partner, Mr. Philippe Ayedi. And what did they see? He said, I began my journey as a technology consultant in a bank, though I will never call myself a traditional banker. My role to build systems that made banking faster, smarter, and more efficient. Back then, Lotus 123 was the backbone of accounts reconciliation. But as transactions multiplied and demands grew, its limitations became glaring. Manual errors crept in, scalability was a problem, real-time insights was a pipe dream. Lotus 123 was technology, but not the right tool for a growing job. So what did PFS do? We took Lotus Foundation and transformed it into Clyrec, a solution that didn't just manage account reconciliation, but redefined it. No more guesswork, no more delays, just precision at scale. That was leverage. Our banking experience became our expertise. Our integrity built a network that trusted us. This was technology, turning a basic tool into a technological powerhouse. This was innovation, seeing a gap and creating the bridge. And today, we see development, a 31-year-old company, a product in 40 countries worldwide, and a team in Yaba, Lagos, supporting global clients. Proof that talent needs no barriers. What's the lesson? Africa's future isn't about waiting for solutions, it's about building them. We didn't just adapt, we reinvented. And that is the blueprint. Leverage what you know. Build with what you have. Innovate where others see limits. Develop solutions that outlast you. The tools exist. The opportunity is here. The question is, what will we create with them? The African opportunity. Right now, the world is racing into the 4th industrial revolution. And Africa, we cannot afford to lag. We must leap. Can we leverage mobile penetration to democratize finance? Can we use agri-tech to feed the whole continent? Can we build infrastructure that empowers rather than limits? The answer is yes. But if only we think differently, act boldly, and collaborate relentlessly. The closing challenge, it leaves us with this. Technology is not our problem. Underutilization is. Innovation is not lacking in Africa or in Nigeria. Execution is. Development is not impossible. Inaction is. Let's stop waiting for the future. Let's build it together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. A round of applause again. Thank you very much. A rep from Precise Financial Systems. His plaque is ready. May I call on the Deputy President, sir? Round of applause. Thank you very much. At this point, to call on Mr. Jegede Abiola Gold, Group Chairman and CEO of Sambi Gold Global Trust Group. He'll be treating us to a masterclass on leveraging technology for innovation and growth. Mr. Jegede Abiola Gold. Please welcome him, please, with a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon, the Chamber President and all other invited guests. As introduced, I'm Jegede Abiola Gold. I lead Sambigo Group. Sambigo Group is a group of companies, but because of time, we quickly move to why we are here. All this, you can just, because of time, you're welcome. So I'm to talk on leveraging growth for innovation and growth in Africa. I will start by saying I believe something. I might be wrong, but I will twist the question. How many of us, I believe that Africa has a single challenge. That's my belief. But I will put it to the audience. How many of us observe that Africa has a single challenge? And I will say my own side of the story. My belief is Africa is so big, but the same challenge we have in Nigeria, same challenge in Ghana, in Sierra Leone, and in Kenya. So the challenge are numerous, but it's same everywhere. So it's either leadership problem, infrastructure issue, skill issue. And the answer to this and why I'm treating leveraging, meaning something is on ground, we just have to upscale what we know that is an issue. And because it's same problem everywhere, when a Nigerian, a fintech young man, maybe a secondary school young man, develop a solution in Nigeria, with just little support, you see that the next thing is that he want to replicate the same solution in Ghana and in Kenya, and same vice versa. And that's why I said it's just one single problem that all the African has. So when you talk about the growth there, because we have this same problem all through, the same milestone that we have where we quickly upscale to cover other African country. This thing is, okay. So talking about leveraging, meaning that we want to upscale what we have. We're talking about the technology as a tool. Technology is a driving transformation across sector. Africa is not just consuming tech. We are, as we're creating, that has been said with various speaker and the panelists here. We are not just sitting back. We are as well creating the little we could. Yesterday, I was surprised. A panel of 5 or 6 people were here, and they asked them, what do you see in 5, 10 years? I think it's only one person that said, no, I want Africa to be able to sort themselves up. All other 4 people were saying, oh, to lead the whole world. The whole world too are as well moving ahead. So the number one thing is that, can we solve our own issue? I think that's what we should be looking at. Solve Africa issue. Why? Because the market is enormous. The market is huge. So solving here, we are good. We are not even competing with the whole world, because as we are leveraging on what we have, the other world, the advanced world too, are moving ahead of it. So let's sort our own issue, and I think we'll be good for that. Youth entrepreneur and innovator are key to this shift. If you look at the statistic, I think I'll get there, but let me quickly address 70% of Africans are 30 years old. So we have the number, we have the strength. So the next thing is for us to look at things. So you can see over 70% of the African population is under 30. A powerful engine innovation and digital adoption. We are out there. And that's why I started by, you see a secondary school leaver come up with a solution, and it is the world. The power of our youthful population. Rapid growth in internet access, another plus to it. Over 750 million Africans are now online. Good one there. And that's why there is that market. That's why we can leverage on what we have. We're not even saying we want to compete with the advanced country. We want to leverage on what we have and make use of it. Rise of African tech companies like Flutterway, Andela, M-Copa, and ParkPay. Like I said, just same problem. So you see that this guy just developed something here, and in another 1, 2 years, they are in South Africa, and they are in Kenya, they are in Sierra Leone. Why? Because we are all, as Africans, finding solution for a common problem that we all have. Youth-led startups are solving global challenges with global potential. Yes, it's local, but because we are not limited to what we can provide solution for here, that immediately takes us to global space. Thank you. Africa is shifting from being technological consumer to technological. I think that has been said earlier. We're not just consuming, we are leading the growth. So that speaks about the growth there. Innovation is innovation is essential, enabled by infrastructure. So because of our time, let me move. Why innovation matter? Innovation is a key driver of our GDP. And that's why you see fintech are pulling in on daily basis. So a whole lot of innovation solve local problem with local solutions. That's why some people are saying, oh, teach physics and chemistry in Yoruba language, teach physics and chemistry in Hausa language. That will help us. Why innovation matters. You know, fintech, like you have somebody has mentioned, M-Pesa, Flutterwave, EduTech, then have ULESIN, and now you see The AI is I think all sector of education is at home now for summer, universities. For secondary and primary, a whole lot of them are now leaving coding to AI. And you see that it's really helping them from the young age, the agri-tech, precision farming via drone. These are things that are now happening in Africa, e-commerce, Jumia, edtech, M-Pharma A1. I'll give you an example. I wear a smartwatch here that when I sit down for too long, this watch will tell me, stretch your leg. It just instructs me. As Marva is now my teacher. When my eyes is fixated, this watch will tell me, relax your eyes. When I am dehydrated, maybe I'm even fasting, maybe it couldn't go spiritual. It will tell you, drink water. And the difference in this is that, I worked at one of the known watch company, Polo, because I was looking at it that, this watch, but anybody can know the price of this. So let me go to Polo to ask, can I get a watch that give me this? And I'm having a price of 153 million naira, and it couldn't even tell me all of this. So with this one that I can guess, and somebody looking at it can even guess, give me all this. So it's a whole lot of things in terms of what's it called? The edtech there. Like I said, the impact cannot be overemphasized. Because I do finance and I do construction. Today, 15 years ago, when I started construction in Lagos, I want to get approval. I built under 6 months. That's integrated engineering. Do you know I will have finished that house 2 years after? Approval has not come. But last year to date, I get approval in 2 weeks. I'm going somewhere, the emphasis on kind of moving. But now, I was diving through Ogudujaro. You have a physical planning there. I saw a board there. You can now get your approval in 10 days. I said, wow, this is the way it should go. So technology is everywhere. It's about pharmaceutical, agri, banking, even to the real estate. It's now driving it. I built my house where I live in 3 months because I want to practicalize something. But I tell you, 6 months you have in that advert means that I'm going to start, finish, and sell in 6 months because ideally I'll do you a 4-bedroom, 20 at a go in 4 months. And within that 6 months, we'll sell. So technology is impacting. We are really leveraging on it. I think sector being transformed. Like I said, I think I measured in fintech, mobile money, digital, tech, telemedicine. We've talk about that. Challenge to overcome now. 570 million internet connection, but we can do better. Connectivity, reliable internet access is lacking. Digital skill gap, need for inclusion. Our people are smart. We want to, but there's still need for us to study all of these things. I normally say, I don't like it, but when I build, my building actually starts from plastering. I will confess to you, Nigeria will do foundation for me, set the block and roof. Immediately after that, the Cotonous and the Benin come into my plastering because that's what I'm selling. It come into my POP and tiles. So we need to drive it home. And I've told Nigerians around that, young man, go and learn from these 12 years Benin Republic and Cotonou guys. But they will be begging, oh guy, I set the block. Let me be the one to plaster. It doesn't work that way. What I sell is the finishing. So we need to do more on digital scale. Cut across here. I think what we must do, the government come to place, invest in digital infrastructure, private sector, innovate for inclusion, startup, build scalable local solution, academia, link research with market, investor. Let all the big boys fund our innovation and development. Like I said, Africa can leapfrog into tech, enable future innovation powered by resilience. We must continue to study the new focus. Let us Africa seize this moment to innovate and collaborate and grow Africa digital economy together. This was last Saturday You can see this, as a matter of fact, while preparing for this, it was a new flash in Channel. Federal government to invest them up to 50 million grant to promote student innovation. So federal government is doing something. It was part of the current administration effort to stimulate innovation, entrepreneurship, and economic transformation. This was last of 2015.
Can we round
Thank you very much. Again, take note, because this was said someday. It was not $50 million equivalent. It was a 50 million naira. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We're very, very grateful. Really appreciate your time, sir. My colleague with the plaque for Mr. Jagede. My colleague with the plaque. Okay. There is a dedicated plaque for you, sir. And thanks for your consideration of our time challenge. Thank you, sir. Okay, I will be asking that the president and chairman of council, sir, to the center. Thank you very much. A round of applause. So we'll do a quick 2-in-1 here. We'll be going on to the panel session, and that panel session will be moderated by Mr. Sheye Obishe. So I'll be calling out the members of the panel, and while that panel is seated, I'm informed we'll briefly listen to Mr. Andy Oluwafemi Moyo of City Data Center. So let me call out the members of the panel. Mrs. Modukwe Ladipo, founder Prospera Consulting. We'll appreciate a round of applause following them as they come to the stage. Mr. Aderemi Atonda, managing, yes. Okay, I'll call out the names. Mr. Aderemi Atonda, Managing Director, Remita Payment Services. Segun Akitemi, Chief Executive Officer, Page International Financial Services Limited. Mr. Femi Adeoti, Co-Founder and Group Managing Director, Rootlink Group. Mr. Solomon Ayodele, Head Corporate Transformation and Innovation, Wema Bank. And the moderator will be Mr. Sheye Obishe, MD of Bright Trends Consulting. While these are coming to the stage, I'm asked to briefly give a 2-minute slot to Mr. Andy Oluwafemi Moyo, CEO of City Data Center. Can we have Mr. Moyo? A round of applause, please.
All right, thank you very much. Of course, I have just 2 minutes. Standing on existing. Yes.
Someone forgot a wallet. Kindly approach me for identification. Someone forgot a wallet on the seat. So if you meet anyone who indicated looking for something of such, ask him to meet me. Thank you very much. Over to you, sir.
Right, thank you very much. Right, so yes, like I said, I have just 2 minutes standing on existing protocols. I'm not going to read my speech because most of the things that I have here, of course, have been talked about. The topic I'm supposed to be speaking on is digital transformation and AI, Africa's new currency for economic prosperity. Of course, we've talked about infrastructure, we've talked about the need for AI, the benefits to our education, to our health and everything. But of course, we need to understand how we monetize this or how this affects our economy. Briefly, I'll just talk about what we do in City Data. City Data, we are a tier 3 data center, and what we've done is we've set up a standard data center, tier 3, and it is geared towards the SMEs and startups. Earlier on, I met a gentleman during lunch, and I said, I run a data center, and he said, oh, this is a no-go area. And I said, no, actually, you are the kind of people we're looking at, because in City Data, we've set up something that's not only standard, but that is, cost effective as well and affordable. So if you're looking for where to put your infrastructure or you want to set up your cloud environment, we are the guys to be speaking to. Right, and also represent Top Tech Engineering Limited. This is a company who's also building all this infrastructure we're talking about. There's no bank or telco or MNO or main or even data center that you want to talk about today that we're not there doing either building or maintenance or setting up the infrastructure. Right, so in a nutshell, of course, digital economy is something that we've all talked about today and how that has affected us, but how it affects you is how you can leverage on the cost effectiveness of our services. I think I have a slide of, can you put up the slide? Yes, it's been given to them. Okay, well, so essentially, we have about 4 arms that we use to achieve this aim. We have the Top Tech Engineer, like I said before, who's building the M&E, talking about the mechanical and the electrical. Okay, and then we have the City Data Center, which is the colocation and the cloud arm. Then we have the district technology that does the monitoring of the environment. And if you have things like thunder arrests and things of the sort, these are the guys to talk to. And then we have Hafal Technologies, who does cabling, networking, and IT setup and all the works. Now, it's important to note that all of these arms talk directly to the OEM. Yeah, there it is. Talk directly to the OEM. And so we're able to leverage a very good cost to help you build your business. So we're really looking to partner with you to help you achieve your business goals. So you can scan the QR code if you want to get in touch with us, and we'll be happy to help. Thank you very much.
Tarry a little for your plaque. Is his ready, please? City Data. Okay. All right. We'll be calling on the, okay, this is correct. Calling on the Vice President, sir. Deputy President, sir. Calling on the Deputy President, sir. Mrs. Modupe Ladipo, founder of Prospera Consulting. If she is present, we'll appreciate coming to the stage, or a rep. Okay, and Mr. Deremi Atonda, Managing Director, Remita Payment. We're good.
Yeah. He is the managing director of Remita Payment System. We all know Remita is a very popular payment system in Nigeria, and the longevity is actually admirable. Welcome, sir, Mr. Doremi Atonda. I would like to ask you, because it's a natural question that should bother you and concern you based on your experiences. How has the regulators supporting fintech organizations, especially that is posed for SME business growth?
Thank you very much, moderator, and thanks, co-panelists, and to the distinguished audience for waiting this long in the day. You're addressing the issue of SMEs from the regulatory point of view as it relates to fintechs. The most important thing I say when we have conversations like this is we need to know the things that represent national interest. And that's when we're able to plug the dots, so that we're not just talking. If you look at the GDP of Nigeria today, about 50% of it is from the informal sector, and that's likely the SME space. So it should therefore be very clear what Nigeria's strategy about SME growth is. If that is clear, it's going to be much clearer the role the different regulators have to play. So it's not just going to be about CBN, it's going to be about NCC, it's going to be about every person. There needs to be a national SME strategy. Today, I think it's too diversified. In too many silos, there are too many agencies, so you can't lay your hands to say this. Having said that, coming to the space, within the CBN itself, CBN is just the central bank that regulates the payment and banking industry. One of the things the CBN has done recently is to pay a lot more emphasis on the fintech space. And so it has clearly separated banking from payment. So there's a new department that is just on payment supervision. Historically, there was banking services. That was where we started as fintech. Now payment systems was created. Now you are having payment supervision different from payment policy. So that gives an idea of the strategic direction of the central bank, that the fintechs need to have a closer view what they're doing. One of the things, therefore, that fintechs are doing is paying a lot more attention to the SME sector because it represents an opportunity anyway. The traditional banks have built infrastructure at scale that can cater for the large corporates and left behind the SMEs. The attempts being made at that level will still not reach. And that's the opportunity that fintechs are stepping on. And what the CBN is doing is that as the fintechs play in that space, they are also not outside of regulatory cover. So the innovations that must happen, the CBN is keeping an eye on that. And you'll have heard about open banking. The honest truth is that's one of the things that can accelerate the growth of SMEs, where the data of any SME, if it's outbound payments or inbound, can be available to multiplayers. The second bit of it will be in terms of access to credit. The advent of fintechs in that space servicing SMEs has made it closer for fintechs and banks to work. Fintechs are not the liquidity providers. That's why Page is here. So there's a connectedness between what fintechs are doing, what the banks are doing, with the CBN providing an oversight. And I think Otumba was talking about access in terms of platforms, which is what we do as fintechs. There are two dimensions of that. It can be access to new markets. It can be access to new customers. Fintechs are going to provide that. And that means SMEs can scale with the least of investment. Just one single thing, providing platform, like you said, Chowdhury, just extend what you can do to a larger market. You could be anywhere, no shoddy, but your market. And then you have logistics in between. And that's about provision. The same thing with credit. It's opening up a new set of customers who before now might have found it difficult to acquire some things from SMEs, but now because someone's providing buy now, pay later, or just cash credit. The other thing in terms of access to markets will be, look at cross-border payments that PAPS is spearheading. It therefore means any SME in Nigeria suddenly can be patronized from anywhere, from Africa, because it's easy to make payments. So there's a platform fintechs are providing. There are payment channels that transcend markets, and CBN fintechs making that happen. So thought starters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tonda. I have a follow-up question for Mr. Ayodele and Mr. Akintemi. How has mobile money actually helped startups and the people in the rural area and the SMEs? How has mobile money helped within the financial services industry? But before we come to that, Otumba, I'd really like to hear from you as the Vice President of SCCI Membership Services. You know a lot of organizations, and as a Managing Director, who is actually providing technology solutions for small and medium enterprises. Yesterday, we discussed about using drone, and then it was used, and we saw the impact in promoting the publicity engagement of this Ictel Expo.
I think I want. Or a company that they want to make new gas regulators, but rather than go and make a whole stainless steel or whatever metal they use ordinarily, they can prototype and test, and then when that fits the profile they're looking for, then they can go into production and hit their target market sooner. So it's what are the technologies available to you now that can help you access your market quicker? I think we need to get more into that mindset. And I don't know, I think sometimes I feel like there's not a physical laziness, but almost a mental laziness that we don't want to look outside and see what's available, because things can change very, very quickly in any manufacturing space or any business space, really.
Mm-hmm. Okay, sir. Before you spoke, I threw a question at Mr. Akiyemi and Mr. Wema Bank, because I saw what happened yesterday. But before you answer, please, I have two questions for you. What recent innovations have you seen in fintech that has actually helped payments, fintech startups and organizations to impact positively on SME? Before you answer, please hold on. I would like you to answer, please.
Okay, before I lose my thoughts, the question is around mobile payments or mobile platforms. I think what has happened in the last probably decade or two is that we've gradually transcended. We started with the advent of internet banking, moved to mobile apps, of course. That elevated the use of the mobile phone. Now, mobile payment has transformed the landscape so much so that our phones have become a major access point from, of course, simple things as basic transfers. But now what we see is that with our mobile apps and, sorry, our banking apps or our finance apps, we can do everything from transfers to payments across currency. We can even go ahead to turn our phones to actually POS machines, to actually have card readers attached to them. You know, there's so much that has happened around that landscape. And what is done is that it's created a different dimension of convenience. It's created a different, but a level playing ground in terms of business, to the extent that that competitive edge to be able to scale for a lot of people have actually been eliminated. So it makes it so easy to actually transmit and perform transactions across all those platforms. So for me, I feel there's still so much to be done around the mobile area. And there are issues around regulation. So when you talk about mobile payments, you'd have to look at it from 3 different dimensions. You look at it from the financial services regulation, you look at it from the telcos themselves, because a lot of these things are not politicized, meaning that there are no guiding policies that actually regulates who does what along those platforms. So that is an area, those are the areas that I feel has to be addressed as soon as possible.
I think you said it all. I wasn't just sure if the question was about mobile money or, mobile apps and all of that. But if it is the latter, I think, there's still a lot we can do. I mean, we've made sizable progress, and just like a lot of people may be aware, in 2017, Wema Bank built arguably the first digital bank in Nigeria, where he gave people access to, financial services at the comfort of their home. So you can open an account in 5 minutes and, do all sorts without walking into a branch. And beyond that, we have then seen how some of this effort has been catalyzed by fintechs, right? Where, just like the other panelists said, phones are beginning to become people's POS devices and all of that, right? My final thought about it, so I don't repeat all of the things he has said, is that what we need to start thinking about is how can we then layer some of this enabling these emerging technologies rather to sort of push the frontiers of solutions, right? I think what the conversation in Africa now shouldn't be about the technologies we want to experiment with, whether it is mobile first or web or whatever it is. It should then be how can we think about solving our problem, then utilizing technology to catalyze that. So whether you want to do that through a banking app built by a commercial bank or another banking app built by a fintech. Sorry, I said my final thought. It's important to say this because people think when you think about innovation and how things have been catalyzed in the past years, people think commercial banks are not innovative. They think commercial banks are not doing a lot. And I really thank the MD of Remita for just alluding to the fact that at least bank has done a lot with creating infrastructures for large ticket customers. But I would also say that there's a need for continuous collaboration with regulators. So, for example, with the open banking as an example, if there is a level playing ground for commercial banks to compete with fintech, where fintechs can do 1, 2, 3, 4, and banks are not allowed to do 1, 2, 3. I feel because of our exposure and the availability of data we have as commercial banks, we would be able to offer more tailored services to our customers and help them, deliver on the promises to their customers too. Thank you.
Your question was already asked, so can you give us answers to these people?
Okay, so you asked a question about how IT has enabled SMEs and whatever. I'll just give some very basic examples. For example, my wife and I were in a market last weekend, not a supermarket. So she's here, by the way. So we were there, and she bought some stuff from a malam. Would you think that it's not IT savvy or whatever? So she was asking him, how do I pay? He said, Madam, do transfer. I thought they would say, okay, you must pay me cash or bring PO. He said, Madam, do transfer. I dey collect transfer. Basic in the market. This is not supermarket or whatever. Then there are some groups of people now that are, content writers, and those people are making a lot of money. How are they? That type of business never used to be there before. It's IT that has enabled that. Those people that do skits or whatever, they send around, we laugh. They are making a lot of money. The day I saw an analysis of how much they are making, I said, maybe I should start writing skits now. Then also, I listened to a particular track from a very popular musician. I'm not going to mention the name. And he was asking the person that interviewed him. He said, you know that the whole of that stuff was mixed in the studio on the computer. He said, normally I have a large band He said no band was involved in this one. And that was one of his best tracks that when it was released, everybody accepted it. Otoba also gave an example, of Chowdeck. Look at how they've been able to scale their business or whatever based on that. A lot of things are happening in that area. Even for all of us, we've taken it for granted now that we can leave our homes without having any cash in our pocket. I don't have 1 naira or whatever on me as I'm here. Exactly. Before, we'll say, oh, though I don't have cash, but I must have my card. Now I don't have any card, I don't have any cash, and I'm not scared. Because I know from my phone, I can just do a transfer to anybody or whatever. I think those are the impact that technology has really made in our life. Thanks.
Well, maybe it's just right on the back of that, the impact of technology, and it's, for me, within the context of accelerating the SME growth. And like Fabian said, there's so many things we have come to take for granted. And I think Ayodele said just about pushing to the next frontier. So what are the growth aspirations we have for SMEs? If you don't know where you're going, you're not going to get there. So if we're saying the next frontier, what exactly does it mean to us? Everything we currently have, what is the nature of SME 3.0 in Nigeria, for instance, that's going to ride on tech? What are the national aspirations? And it's going to cut across board. Identity has played a great deal in helping because you know who you're dealing with. We now need to begin to think of taking our SMEs to become net Forex earners. What do we need to do? How do we onboard them on cross-border payment rails? How do we ensure that they have visibility at little or no cost to cross into new markets? There's a difference between being here and being serviced here. There's another about appearing elsewhere. How do we develop or create new SMEs that will facilitate the growth and expansion of existing ones? I just mentioned briefly logistics. For SMEs to truly scale, logistics is something massive behind it. It will throttle it, right from those in the remotest areas. So logistics is a missing link. So what's the vision we have around that, and what's technology going to do about it? And it's just not going to be about payments. The other bit of it will be about cross-selling. Many SMEs are just doing silo selling. I only make shoes, I only do content, and you soon begin to realize that they are selling to the same customer who needs different things. How can SMEs be leveraged to combine all those things? And at the back of it, you're going to have data. So who is that single customer buying from multiple SMEs that one single order could have combined them? And that in itself can lead to credit growth. So there are quite a number of things to say. In summary, we need to take ourselves more seriously when we engage like this. Things shouldn't end on the stage. They must become translatable into actions that all of us can go away with as stakeholders. Thank you very much.
I'm convinced that my friend, Mr. Adereni Atonda, can speak on endlessly for 30 minutes. He's knowledgeable, he has experience. And in fact, I just remember something now. The day that Remita was created in Nigeria, Mission Center, and that man that was dead now, raising number $5,000. But our time is up. So just in one sentence only, just share with the audience one sentence, or maybe one sentence only. How can, because you talk about silos and collaboration. So I want to look into that for 1 minute from each person, or thereabout, please, because of time. How can we, fintech, businessmen, banks, startups, collaborate, even the government, to actually support technology growth, just to drive growth in startup businesses for SME? I will start with you, sir.
I think two things. I'll just say two things. One has to do with policy and regulation formation. I think we need to look at our policies as it affects SMEs. One, from the financial side of it. Two, from the risk perspective side of it. So one is policy regulation. Two is data sharing. Data has become such a powerful tool to drive growth. But what you have is that even as a country itself, our data is in silos and we're still trying to cross-connect them. So data, again, is a very, very big tool to drive growth, particularly with SMEs. I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, so I'm just going to write on what he said. Two things for me too. The first one is we need to find a way to collaborate to fix the fragmented data we have today, right? There's a need for all of us to collaborate, commercial banks, fintech, MSMEs, SMEs, policymakers, and all of that. That's number one. Number two for me is especially when we're at the precipice of a huge frontier, either in tech or MSME and all of that, there's a need for us to understand what the legacy, the historical legacy is, for us to be able to properly project into the future. And the reason why I'm saying this is because there's a lot of great guys trying to build something fantastic for SMEs today. For us to have sustainable growth with some of this innovation, we need to sit to people like Mr. Atonda to understand how did we get here. For us to understand or get a good picture of where we're going to, there's a need for us to work together, understand how we got here and how to move on from where we are. Thank you.
I think the answer to that is aggregation, and he alluded to that. And how do we do that with SMEs and with all sorts of corporates? APIs is one definite way. And it allows you to key into the different aspects of technology available from your company, and combine them in different ways. And you're going to see the rise of that. You're going to see the rise of companies that all they're providing are the API integrations that other companies can then tag on to create new services and new functions. A lot of people have heard of Temu. Temu is like AliExpress. AliExpress, you order 5 different things, you'll get 5 different deliveries. But what does Temu do? You order 5 different things. On the back end, Temu combines them from all the different suppliers, puts them in one box and sends them to you. So what are the other businesses where we can get that combination? Like he said, maybe it's a car. I'm going in for my service, but at the back end, the service company realizes, okay, he's doing service now. Maybe I can sell him tires. Maybe I can do this, plug in all the data, and I come in that once and they sell me everything else that I need. So aggregation, APIs, collaboration.
Thank you. I mean, last word for me will be to give LCCI, Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, a 1-year target. What changes would you advance that when we come next year, you'll say technology has enabled SMEs to achieve? We need to be clear-minded. We talk too much in
Mr.
Nigeria.
Durham,
right?
Just hold it right there. You are giving SCCI timeline. Do they have advance warning? When is the 1-year date?
You asked for
what is the anniversary date?
sentence.
What is the anniversary date? But please,
you asked for one sentence. And say, like I said, when you've not set targets, you're going to keep talking and rolling.
True.
There's nothing called impossible. True. If we determine we want to do things in 6 months, let's fail and try again.
Okay.
Better than
that
setting
makes sense.
targets.
I agree. Absolutely.
What do we want to see as LCCI in 1 year based on the aggregation of tech enablement for SMEs within our jurisdiction? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Adeoti, FA.
Okay, thank you. Actually, most of my co-panelists have spoken about many of these things, but I'll just touch on a few areas. One area where I want to really commend LCCI for organizing a forum like this where we can discuss ideas and whatever. Broadband connectivity is a challenge. You know, the cost of broadband is very high. And it's not readily available. That's technology. We can collaborate with government in that area to make it readily accessible. Also, as technology is improving, the gadgets that are required to make this work, the smartphones, are expensive.
True.
It's not everybody that can afford them. So how can we make these things much more easier?
True.
My last point will be in the area of power.
All right.
Power is key. If you don't have power, how can you really do technology? Of recent, the government passed, the federal government, at the federal government level, they passed one of the most important laws in this country regarding electricity, which was decentralization. Now, every state can generate power. They can generate, they can transmit, they can distribute.
Good.
You could imagine a Lagos state floating a bond that want to set up our own, 24 hours electricity in Lagos. That board will be oversubscribed.
Let me just let you know, a few months back, I think March or April, the Lagos State Electricity Board, yeah, was there at the SCCI headquarters to look at that and see how people will. So SCCI is driving a lot of projects, a lot of advocacy, a lot of policy shaping, a lot of movement towards moving from what's wrong to what is correct. So a round of applause for SCCI. We really, really do appreciate you. So your concluding thoughts, sir?
Those are the key points. And LCCI is at the forefront, chambers of commerce and industry to drive, we can come here, suggest ideas, but we can, like you said, like he said, we talk a lot in this country. It's not just about the availability of ideas, but execution.
All right. On that note, gentlemen, I would like us to stand up and just agree. Please come close. I need you here. I like to be at the right of the sample. Please come close here. And the reason we are facing the audience is that there's something that came out of our discussion today. And there are two keywords: collaboration and partnership.
Thank you so
much. A round of applause for the panel. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. On that note, we'd like to once again thank you so much for showing up. We have a little gift for you, for each of you. Mr. President, sir, you'd like to do us this last honor for today and for this Ictel 2025 as we make this presentation to our very esteemed guest and discussant today. First, Mr. President, sir, Mr. Derek Atonda, first.
Remitter payment system.
Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Solomon Ayodele, let's put our hands together for Mr. Ayodele, please.
Where my bank? The Purple Bank.
Next, Mr. Shegun Akintemi. Yes. Next, Mr. Femi Adeoti. I'd like to just announce that myself and Femi Adeoti drink from the same spiritual water, the same spiritual place. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Mr. Sheye Obisession. Yes, it's homegrown, yes, homemade. Last, Mr. President, it's an honor for you to also again give to one of your subjects, the Vice President here at the chamber, Engineer Otumba Akimbo Akeolubade. Yeah, yes. That's fine. Group picture, please. Let's join. Please, you can hold your plaques. Thank you, sir, Mr. Femi. Thank you. Hold your stuff, sir. Where's Mr. Yes, please. One minute more. Yes. Do you want to be here or the other side? Anywhere? Okay. Thank you. Just before we then call it a day with a vote of thanks from the Vice President Akimbo, please don't go, sir. I like for us to have this last picture with the member of the Executive Council here present. Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'll talk to you, sir. Thank you. We have the Deputy President. Please join the President on this last photo and all the Vice President here present. members of Expo that I can see. I'm trying to, please, let's join. I saw the Director General of the Chamber somewhere the other time. Please, where is, I saw DG. Where? Let's keep. Are we good? Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I like also thank all of our attendees that have waited till this time. We do not take your time for granted. This is a great time, and we also appreciate you for standing through. Thank you so much. I'm told that the committee members are still around. Please, Mr. President, sir. Yes, the Ictel committee, Ictel planning committee. Please, let's join the ICT chair. Please, let's join Dr. Femi Ariyo. Please, let's join the president, Madam Dijima. Mr. President, sir. Yes. Mr. Tijani, please. Mr. President, sir. Deputy President, sir. The planning committee, I can't see Mr. Tijani here. Mr. Tijani, Mrs. Ade, okay. Mr. Aderonke is coming. Obi session. Femi Bakari. Okay. Mr. Femi, yes. Yes, let's just, thank you, sir. Femi, Musa, Madam DG wanted to join now. Director of Membership Relation, where is Abosede? Hello, song. Okay. Madam DG. Madam DG, you want? Bosse, this way. This Femi. Okay. Dr. Ariyo. Photograph, yes. Jimon, please. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, ma'am. On this note, we'd like to have the chair of the Specialized Exhibition Committee to give a vote of thanks as we officially close Ictel Expo 2025. Otumba Akimbo Akinolubade for a vote of thanks. Otumba Akimbo Akinolubade for a vote of thanks. What's that back?
We're finally rounding up. So to all our exhibitors, partners, speakers, attendees, council,
LCCI chamber members, on behalf of the Lagos Chamber of Commerce and Industry, we want to thank you for witnessing the very best of innovation, technology, entrepreneurship, and collaboration. From our insightful keynote speakers and addresses to the master classes, the vibrant exhibitions, Ictel 2025 has delivered on its promise to leverage technology for innovation and development in Africa. To our speakers and panelists, thank you for sharing your knowledge, your vision, your wisdom, and the challenges to all of us to build more and to think bigger. To our exhibitors, thank you for showcasing not just products, but possibilities. You've reminded us that the future is being built right here in Nigeria by Nigerian hands, by Nigerian minds, and in a lot of cases by Nigerian code. To our guests and our attendees and our employees and friends, thank you for showing up, engaging, bringing the energy that powered this event from start to finish. A very special thanks to our planning committee, to our volunteers, and to our partners who worked tirelessly behind the scenes. You made all of this possible. As we leave here, let's remember that innovation and technology isn't just something we talk about, it's something we live, something we build, and something we pass on. Let the conversations continue, let the partnerships grow, and let the impact of Ictel Expo 2025 ripple far beyond these 2 days. Thank you, safe travels, and see you at Ictel Expo 2026 in the same venue. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.